these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the call, I prepare for this day. At one time, breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
All right. Hey, we are here at the Star Gold Coast for World Poker Tour Prime, a record-breaking event, and we have our final table now. In seat number one, we have Mo Haidary with 2.525 million. Second seat is Gary Lynn with 6.150. In seat number three is Ben Richardson with 1,850,000. Slav Rypinski in seat four with 775,000. Noman Mirza with 1,275,000. Anita Savage, no relation, in seat number 6 with 5,050,000. Our chip leader in seat number 7 won his way in through a milestone event for 8,725,000. He is a chip leader. Sheng Ye in seat 8 with 6,525,000, and Josh Foster in seat number 9 with 3,900,000. How you doing, Tony?
I'm doing well tonight, Matt. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's been good. The weather's been terrible in Las Vegas, but I'm sure you're seeing some of that. It's just unbelievable. But looks like they had some great weather down there and a great event. Record-breaking 1,224 entries in this event at 2,000 Aussie dollars to get in.
Just a hair under 375,000 Australian dollars going to our winner. So nearly 200 times their entry fee. That would be an incredible feat for one of our 9 players.
Yep, that's right. And we get to see our the card shoe that they have there for Hold'em. We haven't seen that in a little while. I think we did this event last year as well, Tony. So it's good to see that back in play.
Well, in my experience, the dealers in Australia are top-notch, and the tables run quite smoothly there. The Star in Gold Coast has a great reputation for running tournaments. I played one once there a long time ago.
All right, we're getting folds around here. We have Josh also in this pot. He folds as well.
Now we have a mix of experience levels at this 9-handed final table. 3 of our players do have 6-figure scores. A handful of others have a mid 5-figure score, and a couple of our players did not write down their largest score on our bio sheets, which leads me to believe this is probably one of their first major tournament accomplishments, maybe a lot of nerves going into this final table. We will see how they fare here tonight.
Absolutely.
Go ahead there, Matt.
Yeah, it's the final 9 players. Again, 1,224 entries. Not a little action on the first hand here, but they actually came back today with 2 tables. Didn't quite make it to the final table last night, but they're here now, and we are happy to be there as well.
That's right. There is a 12-hour limit on the duration somebody can spend in the casino in Australia, or at least in this. It's not the word state. What is it? Territory? What? Remind
province,
me.
maybe a province, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a province
in Australia. So I believe that is the conditions there, and so they did need to come back, as you said, to approach the final table today. Played down to it over the last few hours.
We're hoping they don't have to play 12 hours today.
Right.
They've already They've already been playing about 3 today, maybe 4. Tell me a little bit about the Star Casino. You've been there before. I haven't been there. What's it like?
I've been there once. I played a tournament there a long time ago. Now, if I remember right, and again, it's been some time. It is not a casino on the beach the way you think of Gold Coast. It's actually a little more back. Gold Coast is very much the Florida of Australia. It is kind of the resort destination. The people who graduate high school and are about to go to college, they go there for what's called schoolies, where a bunch of 18-year-olds come and party and drink and just tear the town apart. A little bit like Daytona Beach down in Florida. The casino itself, a really nice property, kind of back a little moved from the water. I don't think I had any success there. Otherwise, I would have a stronger memory of my trip. I just know that I was enjoying the vacation very much.
Gary just moved all in there for $6 million. So I'm not sure exactly what position he was in, but that was an interesting. He was in the small blind. Moved all in for $6 million.
And so I am guessing that he covers the stack of the big blind player by a significant degree.
That is correct. He, let's see. Yeah, Ben had $6 million all in there. I mean, Gary had $6 million all in there, and Ben, one of the shorter stacks with 1.85 million.
I believe we are playing 75,000, 125,000 with the 125K big blind ante. So that was essentially about a 12 to 15 big blind jam there from the small blind.
And you're okay with that, right, Tony?
Yeah, certainly a pair of, you said it's a pair of 10s. Certainly capable of it. If anything, you could discuss trying to induce with a hand that big if you thought maybe limping in would get the player to move all in. For example, if we were just playing for chips and not at a final table, I think a limp is actually the preferred play. But if you think your opponent in the big blind is going to play very tight, maybe you should commit the money for them. But it's quite close there with 10s. It's a little counterintuitive to play it so passively with the limp, but it's often how you get them to put the money in with a hand that's dominated more often.
All right, we're only seeing one of Anita's cards. It's a 6. We also have a 6 deuce for Slav and king queen with Ben, and they are in for 125, which is the minimum. And Ben does flop top pair with the kings. Does go check around. 4 of diamonds on the turn. Now Anita has a 1 diamond. We don't know if she has 2.
Right.
Slav turned a gut shot straight draw as well.
Now Benjamin, one of the players here who has a 6-figure score, I believe his largest score was about 200,000, and he's bet 175 here with the king queen. We definitely like this bet. I think it is time to get value for his hand. Nice to have the queen of diamonds to back it up for a little bit of protection. Should the river be a diamond, you'd be less concerned than usual. Anita making the call off the 5 million stack, and Benjamin got to like that river top 2 pair. Seems unlikely Anita has something that can call his river bet, but we don't know too much about her limping range.
Ben's taking his time. We are using the action clocks, so we do have 30 seconds which you can act on your hand, and you see those chips behind. Ben does bet 700,000, and that will win this pot.
And if I had to guess, Matt, Anita either had a pair of 6s or the a6 of diamonds. Would certainly be the most logical hands to play that way.
There you go.
So 9 players at our final table. I believe our chip leader came in with about 8 million, was it, Matt? Remind me?
He had a little bit less than that. He was, I'm sorry, 8,725,000. That is correct.
Yes, 8 million.
And he did win his seat in a qualifying event. A friend of mine named Bruno Rao has a pavilion poker room in Sydney. It's a home of the WPT League, and that's where he won his seat. So this is a big come up here if he were to finish this off as winning your way in through a satellite. We'd love to see that.
Well, we talked before about the winner getting 200 times, almost 200 times their money, but if you satellite it in, oh my goodness, just think of the parlay.
Absolutely.
Well, it was disappointing that our WPT Latin America commentator, Angel Guillen, of course, the husband of our anchor woman, Lynn Gilmartin, did not make this final table. He won the $5,000 preliminary event. Heads up against poker legend Joe Hashem. Very cool that that's who he beat heads up in a tournament in Australia.
Absolutely. And I hear he is in position here to possibly win the Player of the Festival. There's another event going on right now, which he's fired 2 bullets now, Lynn has told me, and to try and win that Player of the Festival.
Oh, man. Well, best of luck to him. It is a very long grind to play the 5K, win that, play the main event, make it this deep in it, and then jump immediately into a 500. But I appreciate his grind.
Sure. And you said you looked up some of these stats. You said 3 players have 100K scores. None of them as big as this tournament, though, correct?
No, none of them is big. Ben has the largest score. It was 200,000. I can't say if that was USD or AUD. The conversion right now is a ballpark 70 cents on the dollar. Perhaps just a hair on that. The US dollar is at a very strong run, certainly over the last year. And so, you know, in relation to a lot of these other currencies that we have some of our international events in, it's starting to really rise over the last few months. And so the $374,953 that our winner will get converts to $253,000 USD. So over $250,000 in US dollars.
Absolutely. It's a lot of money. Doesn't matter what
A lot of money.
what version that's in.
All right, Slav here. And if I'm seeing this right, just about 3 to 4 big blinds for Slav with an ace on the button. He will be going for it with this ace-6. He's all in. And so short that the big blind is essentially priced into calling with any 2 cards, but just behind him, Noman in the small blind has an ace-9, also under 10 big blinds. I imagine he will want to go for it as well. Yes, he does. And now with Anita in the big blind, and even she could consider closing the action with a call here. It's rather close. Certainly if it had just been Slav, she would call. Now facing these 2 all-ins, but again, the price pretty good for Anita. So we do see her considering this.
We bust 2 players here.
She's going to let it go. So Noman, the nice edge here. Some possibility of the chop pot, of course. But the ace-9 a solid favorite. And I believe that has already been subtracted from the equities we see next to their hand. 10, 9, 7, all spades. So Slav with the great flop, holding both the 6 and the only spade. Noman, as we see there, looking for a 9 or an 8 that is not a spade.
And there
King of spades on the turn. We'll lock this one up for Slav. He will get the double up. Noman will be extremely short going forward. King of clubs on the river, and you know, it's only a 3 to 4 big blind bad beat, but when it's half your stack and eliminating somebody at the final table that would allow you to make one of the pay jumps, that is quite a costly suck out there. You can kind of see the frustration in Noman's eyes.
Can't like it, although, you know, you always like to make that final table. And sometimes people just limp into this final table and, you know, they're happy with that finish.
Yeah, in the event that you know, suffered some brutal suck out leading up to the final table, and then were able to just ladder 1 or 2 spots, it can actually feel like a pretty good result. Depends how short your memory is, really. There's a saying that the guy who finishes third is the happiest player in the tournament besides the winner. You know, when your expectations get so high that, you know, I'm gonna win this, I got heads up, I'm gonna win this, and then they fail to realize, often that disappointment doesn't quite make up for what could have been in your mind. And I'll cut that speech off to talk about Benjamin's Kings here. Ben now at 2.2 million after chipping up with that King Queen in the earlier hand with the Cowboys on the hijack. So nothing cute here. He'll go for the minimum.
And that'll win it right away, I believe. Oh, no, Andreas is still there.
And Andreas with just enough hand here that he could consider seeing the flop, especially as the chip leader in the covering stack. We generally look for more excuses to play hands out of the big blind than as one of the shorter stacks around the final table. But it does depend a little bit on our perception of our opponent's opening range. If we think they're going to play very, very tight, then we have to fold a little bit tighter out of the big blind. If we think, you know, they're mostly going to play close to their typical ranges, then we look to get to a little more. We look to get to a few more flops and make their life difficult post-flop. So Andreas does make the call with the King-9. And on this Ace-5-4 all-spade flop, neither of our players are very happy with what they see.
Deck is full of spades tonight, Tony.
Yes, it is. A pretty reasonable board for Ben to consider checking back. If he thinks Andreas is going to play very cooperatively, he could just bet real small here. Pot is 700K, and he's going to bet 175. Certainly a fine option available to him. It's nice to knock out low spades. You know, if Andreas called something like 10-9 with the 9 of spades, it's pretty nice to just bet and knock that hand out immediately. If you think he'll fold that kind of thing, so one small bet. Or even, you know, a gut shot straight draw with like a 8-7. 8-7 with a spade. Certainly you'd be happy to get rid of that hand with kings.
Right, and Andreas does let it go. A fine bet and a fine fold, right, Tony?
Absolutely. As I said, Ben can consider checking back on the flop, but if he believes that Andreas is not likely to use his big stack to check raise him aggressively, then just betting and trying to simplify the hand, and as I said, deny the equity of some of these, you know, low spade, you know, gut shot, straight draw type of hands works out pretty well. And if Andreas does come to life and check raises him, he can be pretty comfortable folding kings with no spade.
Oops.
Although it never feels good to fold the kings. You know, you wait so long for these quality hands, and then it's like you get to the flop, and you're like, all right, I'm going to put in one big blind, and if anybody breathes on the pot, I guess I have to give it up. I've been waiting hours for this one, but okay.
Josh now with the ace jack of hearts. Raises to 275. And then
Josh
carries
Foster.
ace queen.
One of those players with a 6-figure score to his name of 120K. He got started as a 16-year-old playing online. 32 now, so he's been in the game 15, 16 years.
Wait, you can play online poker at 16, Tony?
Perhaps he was playing Play Money, Matt.
Oh, there you go. That makes sense. All right, Noman now with 10-9 of diamonds. He lets that go. And Anita Savage, again, no relation, decides to make the call here with Jack-9 of clubs. Sheng also with an ace here. Decides to make that call as well. Four players in this pot. And we'll go to the flop. One club and a 6 trade deuce flop. 2 diamonds. Sheng has the ace of diamonds. Gary with the queen of diamonds. Nobody has really connected here, although Sheng has flopped bottom pair.
Not often you see a 4-way flop. Do you think Sheng's hand in the big blind with Gary out there covering him should probably be a fold pre-flop? It's a little bit of a trap to get stuck in here defending these weak aces out of the big blind. Certainly not some, catastrophic mistake or anything. And it's interesting that he leads right out, which is an intriguing play. I kind of like it in a way. It's such a low board that it's very likely to check around. You've got the ace of diamonds as backup there. As we see, he just knocked out 2 players who had a lot of overcards and equity against his hand. As we find out, the 6 on the turn would have been nice and safe for Sheng. But being heads up against Gary and building a pot is not really what he should want. They are essentially tied for second chip position with some very short stacks around the table. So it's a disaster for Sheng to end up in a pot where he would somehow get stacked by Gary. Now, that's not that likely at this stack depth, but it's something to be cognizant of. He used a time bank chip.
Looked like he threw all of them out there.
No. I think he just slid one. Oh, my goodness, you're right. He threw all his time bank chips out there. All right, well.
What is going on here?
He is befuddled. And sort of an awkward spot here, because if you bet and you get called, it's pretty much always by a better hand. But if you check, and yeah, this is not quite what I would choose unless I had decided to hell with my deuce. I'm turning my hand into a bluff to represent the 6 or 4-5. And yeah, I think if I were in his shoes and I was going to bet, well, it's very strange because if you block again, you certainly don't drive out any better pairs. And it's hard to get called by ace high again, especially when you have one of the aces and it's the ace of diamonds in your hand. So if you decide I'm going to bet big and then I'm going to follow through on the river and I'm going to block the deuce for one of the potential sets, then maybe the only hand that calls me is pocket 3s, which my opponent may not even call pre-flop. So if I just blast the turn and unload on the river, what's he going to do about it?
There's some discussion here, but apparently... Let's see what happened there. Oh, he did get his time bank chips back. Now, Tony, as a TD, if you throw out all the time banks, there was some discussion about this. If you throw them all out, they all play, no matter how many of them you use.
I see. Okay.
I think he might have just made an error there by doing that. Hopefully, they're explaining that to him, and they did give him his chips back. However, it's not necessarily a spot where they have to give them all back.
So he may believe that I know I'm going to need some time for this decision. So here's all my time bank chips. You go ahead and take whatever I spend.
Right.
That's the way he was
exactly. But in reality, if you throw them all out at once, you're actually using all of them at once. So I don't think that that's happened here. So he did get his chips back. I think I would be okay with that ruling, but not necessarily the correct way to use those time bank chips.
I'm going to keep that in mind for future WPT events. I mean, I very rarely end up even using my time bank chips, but I definitely won't toss them all out at once, even when I know I'm going to need some time.
Correct. All right, so here's Noman. He does make it a raise to 575 and all in, yeah.
Yeah, 5 blinds here.
Anita folds, and now to Andreas, who has 8.3 million. And it looks like he's making that call and does. Now Sheng behind still has a hand here. Does make the call. He 3-bet. It's 1.1 million. Sheng folds 9-8 suited. And now Josh, that's the King 7 go.
No one's
Jack
going to
10
be very
was
surprised that he is chopping.
bet.
You know, he's got to think, oh, this dude raised. Even if he's just attempting to isolate me and get the dead money from the blinds to turn this into a well-priced all-in with a hand that plays well when it sees 5 cards, I must be behind. But no, your Jack 10 is in fact tied.
And
So
there are 2 diamonds on the flop, but no player has a diamond, so it will be a split pot here, no matter what happens. And they both make straights. So the money would have gone in it. The money would have gone in at some point. And 8 on the river is meaningless. Both players with a straight and a split pot. So we don't have the sound of the players. I'm not sure if they're hearing that on the stream as well. But I'm checking the chat in the YouTube stream, which we are streaming on YouTube, on Twitch, on all of our WPT channels. So I'm not sure they're hearing the players either. So they're asking for the payouts, and I can provide that.
Yeah, I got those right here for you, Matt. So our winner tonight taking home 374,000 AUD, including a WPT World Championship package. Second place, 238,000. Just under 239. Third place taking 176,000. Fourth, 132,000. Fifth, just a hair under $100,000 at 99.6. Sixth place taking home 75,900. Seventh, 58.5. Eighth place finisher, 45,500. And ninth and 10th get $35,847.
Noman now with King 7. He's pondering shoving again, which he does do. He has 750,000, 737,500 to be exact, and he's all in.
Looks like he's leaving one chip behind, if I saw that right. Maybe I just missaw. Sometimes players do that in the very unlikely event that there's 2 all-ins behind them and they try and move up the pay ladder. Because we do see the 13K next to his name, but I don't think any 1K chips are in play, so I'm not quite sure what that's about.
There's also an advantage with Big Blind Ante to do that because you do pick up all the antes as well. And Andreas does make the call, and he does have him dominated there with the Ace-7 over the King-7.
Yeah, Andreas raising actually here, basically doubling it up to 1.4 million.
Noman cannot be happy to see that.
This time, no surprise where somehow your hand is actually chopping. So Noman will need some good fortune here with the King-7. And not a bad start for him. Although there is an ace on the board, there's 2 clubs, so he goes from 3 outs to 12. Any club now would give him a flush. Andreas would be redrawing to a full house. 4 diamonds on the turn, no help. Noman, 20% here, as we can see, needing one of these clubs, or he will be our 8th place finisher. Excuse me, 9th place finisher. And it is the 8 of spades. That will be all she wrote.
So Noman does bust out in 9th place, taking home 35,847. Not too bad. And down to the final 8, 45,564 for the next player to be eliminated.
And I do like to see that Andreas is quite willing to go for it. You know, I will say that the one issue with just broadcasting final tables in poker is that ICM poker can lead to some very tight play, and it's not always as telegenic as other, forms of poker. But seeing Andreas isolate with A7 and Jack 10 tells me he's here to play today, and that makes me optimistic for a very fun final table. So there's a look at our leaderboard right now. As we can see, a mostly Australian affair here. One American, one from China. 8 players remain.
Noman Mirza, our 9th place finisher. Ben Richardson recently won the Australian Poker League title. Jack Star event, it says. Gary Lin is the Australian player, and he is from China. Anita Savage in seat 6, last woman standing. She won the PLO 1515 side event during this festival. So she's already got one win in this festival. And with a second place finish or above, can take the lead in the player of the festival.
Josh now with the King 7 of spades.
They're asking in the chat what the WPT package is. Tell them all about that, Tony.
Yeah, let me pull up the details here for you, Matt.
Okay. It's a seat into our WPT World Championship at the Wynn Las Vegas, which will be in December again. That's a $10,000 seat, but there's also some things that come with that. See, Josh here did flop a spade draw with a King 7 of spades. Gary with the King 10, so does have the 10 of spades in his hand, now has a straight draw. 46% to 42% in this hand here right now.
And an intriguing board, since Gary has the 10 of spades. He may feel inclined to continue here, whether that means calling or raising. I would think you will mostly continue with a call, since check raising these kind of boards is a little bit tough into the pre-flop raiser when they're the ones that hold, the 8s, the jacks, the ace jack, the pocket aces. 9 of diamonds on the turn after he makes the call.
Now Gary does have the straight, or the open and straight draw as well.
Big fan of that check from Josh. Oh, excuse me, that was Gary checked, but Josh does check behind it. And I like that decision very much here with this amount of equity and this stack depth. And he will river the flush with the ace of spades here.
So you're Josh in this hand. Are you trying to see how much you can extract here? Are you afraid of the paired board? What are you thinking, Tony?
You're mildly concerned about the paired board, but not enough to stop you from betting huge on this river. It's a great river if it's checked to you to bet huge. Now, Gary, because it's an ace of spades and he has the spade blocker, he has just straight blocker with the King 10, he may turn his hand into a bluff here. And then Josh has a pretty interesting decision between calling and shoving. And, if we're just playing for chips, I think it's a pretty clear shove. At final tables, it's much... Oh, he bet $2 million. Well, now Josh can just shrug and just call. Just say, hey, if you got a full house, good for you, buddy. Yeah, Josh does just call. Yeah, that kind of made it easy on Josh in a way, because Gary went huge, which I like. He goes huge, and he's basically saying, I have a flush or I have a straight, and whatever it is you have, I'm going to put enormous pressure on you because I don't think it's that good, and I have the right blockers. So I don't think Gary should feel bad about the way he played his hand at all. I think that was actually a very gutsy way to play the hand and well selected in terms of the blockers he had to make a play like that. However, I also really like the way Josh played his hand with checking back the turn on that large amount of equity draw and having an awkward stack where you don't want to bet call your hand, you don't want to bet fold your hand. And when you check and hit in a scenario like that, you create the possibility that you win a ton of chips with a well-disguised hand.
All right, Tony, you said playing for chips. What do you mean by playing for chips?
Well, if it's early in a tournament, we're really only playing for chips. There's no monetary impact or immediate monetary impact to our decisions. Whereas when we get to a final table, we're playing what's called ICM poker, and that's a more awkward in some ways form of poker where our decision is more based around stack sizes than even the quality of our hand or our position, because we are ideally trying to ladder up and get those pay jumps when we are a short or a medium stack. And as the big stack, we're trying to accumulate chips to make sure that we get heads up or eventually get the win. And so what ends up happening is you need a much, much higher threshold to call off your entire stack or to put your entire stack at risk. And that's why I say that in the event he was facing, a medium-sized bet, Josh would have a tough decision between shoving and calling, because even if we're just playing for chips, when we shove there, it's just like, look, we have that best hand too often to not shove and try and extract the maximum for our hand. But at a final table, sometimes when we shove, we run into a full house and we bust. And it's hard to get called by worse. So should we really be shoving, even with that good of a hand, if it creates some possibility that we're going to get knocked out?
Got the answer to that. What the player of the festival wins? They win a WPT Australia seat, which is 8,000 Australian dollars. So that's a quite a prize. It's part of the festival to come up September 14th through the 27th. So we have another event here in Australia. Again, the World Poker Tour has really expanded. I just got back from Paris. I'm going to Slovakia. We have events all over the United States. It's definitely a world poker tour, which is what we like to see.
That's exciting, Matt. I wish you the best. In Slovakia, it seemed like a really interesting place. I saw that it was on our itinerary now, and
yeah, they have
quite curious.
60 tables there, which is great. Love to see that.
My goodness, that's a big poker room.
Yeah, a lot of tournaments we go to in Europe are pretty small. We're just in Paris. We were Club Circus, and they only had 24 tables, Tony, and they got over 1,000 entries there as well. But it was an awesome event, and as you know, Paris is an amazing location. We have other events coming up in Paris as well, so happy to be partnered with Texas Poker for those events upcoming as well.
And how was your time in Paris?
It was great. It was actually great because we did bring my son. Marco came with us, and cut out of school. Sometimes you feel like missing a little bit of school for a lifetime experience like that is a good thing, and he sure enjoyed it, and my wife did as well. I was around the casino a lot, but met a lot of people that I hadn't seen in a long time, and hung out a lot with Bruno Fatoussi, which was always great. Bruno's a good guy, so
yeah,
it's always fun time whenever we're in Paris.
We do have a correction. Excuse me. Anita is from New Zealand, not Australia. So I missed that one in the flag insignia.
There we go. Is that not the same country? No, I don't think it is.
Only to Americans.
It's my island, right? That's what they say in the movies. I loved New Zealand when I went there. I love New Zealand and Australia. I just think the people there are so friendly, and it's definitely a different kind of vibe. And you lived there for a time, did you not, Tony?
Yeah, I spent the better part of 5 years in Australia and quite a bit of time in New Zealand. Several trips there, played a tournament there. I co-wrote a book there with Lee Nelson, stayed with him for a couple of weeks. In a small town not named after him called Nelson, New Zealand. Yeah, he had a beautiful resort there in this little microclimate overlooking a cliff. But Anita Savage, sharing your last name, has been a longtime nanny and caregiver over the last 20 years. She's been playing poker for a long time, but did not include her largest cash in her bio, so I'm going to guess that this is an opportunity at scoring her largest cash if she's not a full-time poker player, even if she's been playing for a long time. So a very exciting possibility for her today.
Absolutely, and she's out of the WPT League. The leagues down there are amazing. I don't know if you've ever seen them. They have bar leagues, WPT League also as well. We had a big group of Australian players that came in for the WPT Championship, and for some reason, I got stuck in the bar with them many nights. The Australians are good people, a lot of fun to hang out with as well.
And they like a good drink. They do.
They did not let me sleep. That's for sure.
That's why I stayed off property. I knew. I was like, I stay on property. You're not gonna sleep. This is just your whole life the whole time.
All right, Sheng just won the last pot with sevens, and now Gary has sevens in this hand, raises to 250,000.
Oh, I like this open from Gary, but one strange factor to final table play is oftentimes is one of the medium stacks. You actually pass up raising some of these, small middle pairs that are very, very clear raises earlier in the tournament. Some of them become open fold, surprisingly, when there's a very high priority on just moving up the ladder. Gary clearly feels sevens good enough to continue raising here. Andreas making a very loose defend with the 5-2 offsuit. I spoke before about how I do like that Andreas is defending wide out of the big blind, especially as the chip leader. However, this is too much. This is too wide.
Huh?
Yes.
Yeah. He does correctly check the second pair here. I mean, you have to almost feel like that deuce might be good in some situations, right, Tony, or not?
Absolutely. This is about as good a flop Andreas can hope for without, flopping a straight or two pair or something. It's pretty dry on 10-10 deuce. Gary also getting a great flop for his hand, just betting one big blind here. So a very, very small bet. Now, paired boards from the big blind are often played as a check raise, even when you've got the little kicker there. And Andreas does check raise here, makes it 375,000 to go. Especially facing that small bet, it's just really nice to knock out overcards that have 6 outs. Or sometimes it's not only 6 outs, but they can runner a counterfeit 2 pair against you. If the turn is it could even happen in this example if the turn is an 8 and the river is an 8 and Andreas hypothetically.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, no.
Andreas turns.
What in the world?
House.
And now Andreas in a weird position where it's like, well, my hand improved. Let's just hope it's good. I don't think he has a 10, but
Goodness. 575. And Gary, I mean, you don't put a guy on a deuce here, right? I mean, he could think that he has a 10.
Well, as I said, paired boards, especially lower ones, if it was something like 8-8 deuce, 6-6 deuce, those are played from the big blind as a check raise very often, even when you just have the deuce. However, a lot of stuff is supposed to check raise, not just the paired portions of your range. And so Gary should be alarmed, but should not give up yet. And so I do like this call with his sevens. And even Andreas, I'm sure he's pretty confident he has the best hand, but by no means certain.
I don't know. I just in this spot, you are Andreas. You go for value here. What are you thinking?
Oh, you're definitely value betting. The question is how much, because Gary only has about a pot size bet behind. I think I like this sizing because this allows you to bluff small sometimes and put something like ace high to the test, put these pocket pairs to the test. My guess is that in theory, we mostly use the all-in size, but this also allows Andreas the possibility to bet fold should Gary shove, and he wants to put him on the 10. Yeah, I just kind of think this works out nicely for him, and he's going to get some hero-ish calls from the pocket sevens of the world.
I mean, Gary's got to think I don't know. You tell me, Tony. I feel like I would call here for sure.
Ah, man, these are very, very difficult spots. And a lot depends on what you think about your opponent. Is this somebody who has it in him to chuck raise the flop on a paired board and then triple barrel you. A lot of people simply do not have that play as a bluff, period. They are only value. We've only watched Andreas play for a little bit. He's been a bit more on the action side of things. So it's really difficult for me to say what his player type is. Is he capable of that kind of thing, or is he strictly value here? I don't have a good answer if I'm in Gary's shoes. I might just decide if I don't know very enough about Andreas and I think he could be bluffing, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to call 20 or 30% of the time. I'm going to close my eyes and I'm going to look at the tournament clock, and if the last digit on the clock, the second hand, is a 2 or a 3, whatever number I chose, then I'm going to make the call. And he does make this call, and he's going to be sick to see the deuce on the turn is what sealed his fate.
My goodness, Andreas just wins a huge pot, now to 11.6 million.
Very well played from Andreas. Just really well played.
Another question I have for you here, Tony, is
yes.
You see Andreas win this. He was already the chip leader. If you're at the table, do you want to see the chip leader go out even further in the lead, or would you rather see him lose some chips?
You want to see the chip leader accumulate even more, because that makes it more likely that somebody else is going to get eliminated. Like, even if you're one of the short or the middle stacks, you're happy for the chip leader to just chip up and up and up and up, and ideally drain the opponents around you so that it's more likely they get knocked out and you ladder. If you're second in chips, maybe you don't love it, because now the chip leader has the ability to bully the table and bully you at a level he didn't before. But for the most part, you're actually pretty happy to see the chip leader take the leg out of one of the medium stacks.
Unless, of course, you're the player he's taking out.
Of course, yes. Very, very different.
All right. So Tim D in the chat is talking about the piano bar and White Russians. That's what we were stuck in the piano bar drinking with the Australians. So, yes, we have some people there that were actually in the win out on the rail. We got Bruno out on the rail as well. One of the people that were there. I know that we had a big contingent of Australian players at the win in December, and they are all coming back next year because they had such a great time.
Well, not surprisingly, the WPT World Championship at Win won best tournament, best event, best festival, exactly what the prize was at the Poker Awards the other night that you and I were in attendance in, and I think pretty much everyone expected it to win.
Yeah, that was one that I was pretty sure the WPT had in the bag, because it was a surprise. It was even a surprise for me. I know that we put a lot of effort into it, and that the players responded in a way that I didn't expect, to be honest. So I was happy to see it.
I was extremely confident we were going to hit 20 million, but the number that we ended up getting was a big surprise to me. Absolutely. You know, I know there was, coming into the event, there was, a lot of confidence that it would break the 15 million guarantee. 20 million was kind of the optimistic target. I thought we got 20 million. Don't worry about that. But the 2,800 and change entries that we had in that thing, my goodness.
Yeah, it was amazing. Love to see it. Actual number, I think, was 2953.
Oh,
look
wow.
at that. Yeah, it was nearly.
I thought it was in the 2,800s.
Nearly 30 million. Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Anita is going to call with the Queen 8 of clubs. Andreas with King Deuce of clubs.
And unfortunately for Anita, this is a strategy that's going to lead to some trouble. Limping in as a medium stack with Andreas, the chip leader, behind you. Sheng, an experienced player in the small blind, also covers her about 2-1. Josh covers her about 2-1. She should be looking for excuses to avoid getting involved here, not looking for excuses to play more hands and to play them passively. So I do worry that Anita may bleed out some chips here with this approach.
And the flop does come. One club, 10-9-3. So she has a gut shot straight draw. Sheng has nines a pair here.
Yeah, and pretty decent board for Anita. Decent board for Sheng. Andreas sizing up this flop, even though he has nothing to do with it.
The 6 on the turn now puts Josh at 0% here because a 7 would be a bigger straight. And Sheng does bet out 300,000 this pair of 9s. Anita would have loved to have seen one more free card, but she does not get it. And she is making the call. Don't know about that either, Tony.
Well, she does have the double belly buster straight draw now, looking for any jack, any 7. But as you said, it's a fairly expensive price at 300,000. A jack, of course, would be an incredible card with Sheng making 2 pair. Instead, it is a king. And honestly, Matt, should Sheng check to her, this would be a brilliant opportunity for Anita to bluff, blocking Queen Jack and having just no value at showdown here, blocking 8-7 if that's somehow what Sheng has. Sheng, I think, just believes his hand is likely to be good, and he's just going to block here, try and get just a little bit of value and simplify his decision. Yeah, he's going to bet quarter pot.
425 is the bet. Now it's up to Anita, who cannot call, but as you said, there is another option which she does not take, and Sheng wins this pot with the pair and wins 800,000 in that pot. Andreas kind of saying, well, I had a king. Could have called one more bet. Yeah. You got to let some winners go sometimes.
So Sheng, pretty well played hand there from the small blind, chipping up a little bit.
And again, does that hand play differently if Anita raises there instead of just limping it?
Yes, it does. Sheng would never see the flop with the Jack 9. I think she would probably just get to the flop and then take it down with the bet.
Right.
And we do see her, lose some of her chips in that pot. And as a medium stack with Slav so incredibly short, the last thing she wants to do is lose half her stack and be at risk of elimination when there's 1, maybe even 2 players who are very likely to go out ahead of her. So, if she has advisors in contact with her, they should be discouraging her from playing hands right now. Some people have people watching streams and kind of feeding them intel and feeding them strategy and so forth. Some people say, hey, I don't want to disrupt my flow. I just want to play the game. They got me there. I don't want to know what people are doing. Just leave me to it. Andreas now with the king queen on the cutoff. Sheng elects to just fold the button. Josh with the same hand in the small blind. I was going to say that both those ace-9s, when we were playing for chips, like to do some 3-betting, in particular in the small blind. Ace-9's a nice hand to go ahead and 3-bet there.
Yeah, ace. No, I was going to say there's kings. But you'll never know what I had. Yes, we will in 30 minutes.
I like giving it up, though, at the final table. I think you want a little bit better, or actually a little bit worse of a hand to 3-bet, strange enough. I think you don't want to have a 9 in your hand to make the light 3-bet, because you want to unblock some of your opponent's raise folds on the cutoff, like a Jack 9 or a Queen 9, King 9, those kind of hands. Having the 9 in your hand actually counterproductive for that goal.
And you're Slav here. You're the short stack. What's your thoughts, Tony?
Well, let's see. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Slav is still a couple of positions away from paying the big blind, and it is 2 of his remaining 8 big blinds when he gets there. So, while he needs to be aggressive here, he shouldn't force it. You're not just like, oh, I've got queen high, I guess I got to go for it. I think sometimes players overdo that kind of thing. I was playing with somebody, I won't name him, but he's had a lot of success recently. And we were playing a tournament the other day at the Win, and he got short stacked, and so he was under the gun, and he looked down at a king, and he didn't look at his other card, and he went all in. And I'm going to be honest with you, that's not a good play. That's a losing play. Most king X hands do not just rip it in there for your last 8 big blinds, but I think a lot of players get a certain amount of short and feel compelled. But right here, Mo, one of our short stacks with the ace queen suited, moving it in blind versus blind.
Oh, does take it with that all in bet. So why are you picking on Cuz like that?
Nope, wasn't Cuz, but that's a pretty, pretty reasonable guess.
We love Cuz on the World Poker Tour.
We do love Cuz.
He's coming out to Slovakia, he said.
No way.
So we'll see. Yeah, that's what he says. Yeah, he's loved chasing that Player of the Year, and he's had a lot of success on the WPT. Sometimes you play in certain tours, certain events, just feel like you are a little more comfortable, that type of thing. I don't know. You got to feel like Darren Elias has to love playing on the WPT, Brian Altman, those guys that just continue to win on the WPT. It's like a comfort level. Maybe they don't have as much success in other events, but these new Prime events have just been really awesome. I mean, they're over $1 million, $1,100 buy-ins. Generally, this one is a little bit more, but $1,350 US. But I just think that these events are really, really good for the mid-major player. I just think that it's a great offering that WPT has put together, and I'm excited for the future of the Prime. That's for sure.
Tour is doing fantastic this event. Pretty clear indication of that. Sheng now opening it up to 300,000. New blinds a 75,150K with a 150,000 big blind ante. So the min raises to 300K now. Sheng going up with the A7 of diamonds.
Talk about it in a sec. Yeah.
And Ben in the big blind. Gonna see a flop with the 10-8 of clubs. And gets a, oh, excuse me. Gets a beautiful flop. Sorry, the flop went check, check so fast. I was like, whoa, was this an all-in pot and I just missed it or something?
There's a little something for everybody on that flop. The open-end straight draw
Yeah.
for Sheng, 2 pair for Ben. Did get a second pair counterfeited, however. Sheng does call the 275. Now the river card is another 9. So a full house now for Benjamin. 9's full of 10s. Sheng does not have much here, except for an ace high.
Sheng doesn't have much, and if he was going to hero call a spot with ace high, having the 7 of diamonds doesn't seem like a great card to have along with it. You want to unblock some of your opponent's bluffs, and it's reasonable your opponent could bluff with 7, fill in the blank, 7-5. Queen 7, that kind of thing.
And Ben does bet the 850. Saying I think we'll just have to tuck his tail here and let it go. Maybe he has something else in mind, however. Hero call. He's using a time bank, Chip.
Huh. Yeah, I would really not like the hero call here with the 7 in your hand. I think you can consider it sometimes when you just have the ace. And I guess you don't get to the river with that many ace highs, but you'll have some ace high hearts, for example, that would make a reasonable call at times. And Sheng does put the pieces together, lets his hand go. So Ben, our player with the largest score at this final table, takes that one down, looking to best his record score in this tournament if he should finish in the top 2 places.
Got some chat going on, and people are saying that you may be a little too hard on Anita, but I love your commentary, Tony, and I always think that you say exactly what you're thinking. I think that's the way it should be. I appreciate it, and I think that it helps people learn. Maybe the mistakes they're making. Yeah.
Don't think I insulted her or her game at all. I just think that I was saying that limping in with the bigger stacks behind you is going to be a costly strategy. Sheng now with the pair of jacks.
That's a good thing. I pick up something every time I listen to you talk, Tony. Obviously, I am the amateur here, but I love to hear it and appreciate it, and I think that others should as well. Generally, 99% of the time, do not have any bias here. We're always trying to call a fair game here, and I think that's what you do every time. So I appreciate it, and here we go. Gary is moving all in for 1.1 million. Slav has a hand that he would have probably liked to get his money in with, but at this point, he's facing a raise and an all-in.
Yeah, and not only is it unlikely he has the best hand now, but he could just fold, and most of the time Sheng's going to call Gary, considering the price. I mean, almost always. And a bunch of the time, Slav ends up laddering. So if I'm him, I'm never in a million years calling this off. I know it looks very tempting because you finally have a decent hand, and you could basically triple up here, but it would be a decent sized mistake in my opinion to call off as Slav. And there we go. That's a good fold there. It's so tough when you're just super short and you're waiting for a hand and you're waiting for a hand and you finally find something and there's all this action. But just the possibility of laddering is really big here.
And I believe Sheng did make the call here. Or am I missing something? Or yeah, I think he's already made the call with the jacks. Yes, he has. And here we go to the flop. Ace queen versus the jacks. A queen in the window there. Gary is looking good here with the potential all in double up here for 1.125. Another diamond on the turn. And Gary has the queen of diamonds as well. He's down to 1 out, the jack of spades. And the river card is the 4 of clubs. Gary's going to double up here. Jacks. I hate them. I hate them. With a fiery passion.
Well, I'm sure Slav is the most disappointed player on this table. There went his chance to move up 1 pay spot. And he also had one of the aces as well, so it was even less likely that the ace queen was going to catch up. Pretty disappointing for the jacks and for everybody else around the table who's hoping to improve 1 spot on our ladder. Eighth place, paying $45,500. Now I've got our chat up on the YouTube as well. So if anybody comments in there,
Chair.
I'll be able to respond. See, somebody said that they played the Aria 500 back in the day. That was a great event. And some huge turnouts for that event. Tons of opening flights. We have a raise from Josh here with the Jack 10. Ben with the Ace King. Moves it in on the button for a little over 20 blinds. And successfully takes that one down. As I mentioned earlier, Ben does have the largest cash of anybody at this final table. However, Sheng Ye has a $180,000 score from quite recently, 2022. He's from Shanghai. He's been playing poker since 2015.
Where was his scores at? Because he does look familiar to me.
It was on, I believe it was GG Poker.
Okay.
So presumably a online score there. Pretty nice online score to get. But Ben Richardson from Melbourne, originally Hobart, Tasmania. He's a 35-year-old who's been playing poker for a living for 13 years. And, oh, actually, I think I misread this. I think his largest cash is 300K.
Oh, wow.
But I know, I don't want, I'm going to look him up quick because it looks like in his writing it says CAD. Let me double check that. We'll check his hidden mob.
Shang's raised to 350 with the sixes. Anita did lay down the king 10 of clubs. Andreas now here with 10-8 offsuit.
Aha, I found it. He got sixth in the Aussie Millions in 2018 for 300,000 Australian.
Okay.
So he has played for some big money before. He also had a sixth place finish at a 2018 Aussie Millions 1K event for 40,000. That would have been a huge final table as well. I mean, what an Aussie Millions he had. 2 sixth place finishes, just separated by about a week in time. And he does travel for poker a little bit as well. He has scores from Ireland, from Bucharest, from the World Series in the United States. Some from European Poker Tour, places like Spain and Malta.
Oh,
so definitely a seasoned vet.
There you go. And he is from China, correct? But a world traveler. And
no, I was
again,
talking about Ben.
Oh, okay.
Sheng. I'll take a look at Sheng's Hendon mob as well.
He looks very competent. Gary now with 2 nines. Raises to 300,000 now. Slav has the hand. I think he'll be going all in with, right, Tony? I mean, has to. Ace Queen.
Yes.
And he does.
Yep, no
Calling for
doubter.
775. Anita lets the 5-4 go. Andreas with 10-9. And 11.7 million.
And Gary will certainly be priced into calling Andreas here. Thinking that one over. A little bit surprising.
Does let it go. And Gary's going to make that call with the nines. We'll see the hands here. Slav the all-in player with ace queen. Looking for a double up here against Gary's nines.
Slav Rypinski over the top all in 775,000 with ace queen. Gary calls immediately and shows pocket nines. Slav Rypinski. At risk in this hand, here comes the flop.
And here comes the flop. The flop is a jack, ace, and king. Ace, queen for Slav. Looking good here.
Yeah, so far, the short stacks have had good fortune, and they're all ins.
2 diamonds on the flop. Gary does have the 9 of diamonds, an ace on the turn. Still at 2 outs here for Gary. He needs a 9 to eliminate Slav, or Slav's going to double up here. Trying to get right back in this tournament. It is a jack. Ace is full for Slav. He'll win this pot. Gary. Now down to 1.9 million, even with Slav as one of the shorter stacks.
Gary has had a tumultuous final table thus far. He ran that gutsy bluff earlier, but ran right into a rivered flush when he had the key blocker with the 10 of spades. Certainly told me that he came to play today. And been less than fortunate in his all-ins as well. So nobody really short at the final table following that double up for Slav. It's kind of a variety of medium stacks.
See, Gary has a good attitude, still with a smile, even though he's lost a lot of his chips here. Love to go back to Australia again. I know that you had a big part of your life living in Australia and had a major score yourself at the Aussie Millions.
Yeah, I got second in that event, runner-up to longtime professional Ari Angle. A lot of good memories at the Crown Casino.
Benjamin with the ace jack raises to 300,000. Slav with king 5 lets it go. Now Anita with just an ace that we'll see here makes the call. Sheng with queen 3 lets it go. Josh 8-7 will be out of this hand, I believe, or not. He makes the call with 8-7. So 3 players to the flop here. We don't know what Anita's kicker is here with the ace. Flop is 1 spade, 5-3 of clubs. Josh checks, Ben checks, Anita reaching for chips.
And I can't help but think that that other card is a queen. Both because it makes a lot of sense as a hand to flat call, but also just the speed in with which she cut out her bet. There was a lot of certainty to it. And you see that from players sometimes when they know for sure, okay, I'm going to bet, they can just very quickly, rapidly cut out their bet. There's just sort of no doubt about it. That felt like a no-doubter to me.
And not seeing her card?
But I mean, it would also just make the most sense as a way to play. You know, flatting ace queen there makes a lot of sense. It's just a little too weak to move in. You could move it in, but I think flatting plays nicely there. Although I guess at 150 now, she only has about 20 blinds. So yeah, you certainly could move in pre-flop, but flatting a very viable option. Now with Gary under the gun, and these spots are frustrating because you have a very nice hand, but you're under the gun. You only have like 13 blinds, and you just want to avoid confrontation on this stack size at a final table. Looks like Gary does want to, oh my goodness, he wants to go all in. I can't support this one, Matt. That's just too many chips to risk in this position with this kind of hand. I think, again, if we're playing for chips, this is a totally fine hand to move in here, but when we are under ICM, I think it is just a bit too many chips to risk in this way. But Gary just, he clearly came to play and to try and win today. And I admire that when guys come to win a final table. They say, hey, I don't really care about laddering up one spot or so. I'm just going to try and get as many chips as possible and win. And we've seen that from Gary in a variety of ways so far at this final table.
Got some events coming up here on the calendar, including WPT Cambodia, Prime Cambodia, March 16th to 20th. Amsterdam is the 29th through the 1st of April. And Rolling Thunder right after that, April 1st through the 4th. I think you're going to that event. So I look forward to seeing you up there, Tony.
Yeah, I will be at Rolling Thunder. And then our Seminole Hard Rock as well in April, following Easter.
Don't forget, we'll have a Champions Club dinner at Rolling Thunder. Ben Irwin and his team always put on a good show. And take care of our WPT champions.
They really do. It's a great setup they have over at Thunder Valley. And I'm always a fan of properties that cater to poker players, that like poker players, that spend time in our community, and that's absolutely the case for Ben Irwin and his team there.
Then we're going to India, Slovakia, down to LA, Vietnam, and then to San Remo, Italy. Looking forward to all of those events. And you can see those at WPT.com if you want to check out our schedule of upcoming events. As I said before, we're putting the world in the World Poker Tour.
Yeah, it is once more a global tour. Great to see. And I'm happy that there's so much demand for poker across the world as we go to this King High flop.
Yeah, it seems like we set a record every time we run a Prime event, so it's good to see. Gary with Jack 3 of hearts up against Jack 9 for Andreas. Andreas, a chip leader, and has position in this pot after Gary checks. Does bet it 475. That's going to win the pot. Andreas increases his chip lead. See the new WPT logo hat that he's wearing. I love to see that as well. Glad that some of those made their way down to Australia.
Yeah, just so I know, if you have time.
Andreas, speaking of players who came to win, he's playing like a guy who wants every chip on the table so far, isolating some of the all-in players. He's been the only one able to knock somebody out, really. Came in as our leader with about 8 million. It's chipped up to over 12 now.
Total chips in play is 37 million roughly. So he's creeping up towards a third of the chips with 8 players remaining. A good spot to be in, that's for sure. Andreas now with a pocket pair of 9s. You know he'll be in the pot. And he does raise it to 375. And we're at 75, 150 now with the 150 big blind ante. That big blind ante does not reduce at any point.
This is an interesting spot now for Sheng with the ace-king of diamonds. He'll likely 3-bet. And then I'm curious to see what Andreas does in response, because he's been so willing to put a lot of chips in pre-flop. If I'm in Andreas's shoes, I just call, oh, that changes things. Gary finds a pair of queens. So now I believe the action is going to go that Gary will move all in. Andreas will presumably get away from his 9s, and Gary will end up flipping against Sheng. But I could be wrong. Perhaps Andreas is even more keen to get chips in the middle than I believe.
Gary is all in for 1.7. So Andreas has a decision here. Predict he will use his first time chip here.
1.7. It is less than double.
We will see.
Call. 700,000 more.
Wow. He's just
Oh my goodness.
putting it in.
Wow. Andreas makes the call. If I'm Sheng, I think I just rip it in and try and drive Andreas out of the pot. But these spots under ICM are very nebulous. I think that's what I would do, especially since Andreas has seemed a little too willing to put chips in the pot pre-flop. I think I'd feel okay in Sheng's shoes just moving it in and basically getting, 2-1 with my ace king up against Gary.
Sorry? So you said we can't. No, you can always raise because you've been raised by king.
But it's not a fun situation. You're not like fist pumping to get the money in here, even with ace king suited. And it may be that he was clarifying that the action was reopened.
So you've raised by 625. 620. Just legal. And he's raised, so yes, you can. So just clarify.
But yeah, I do believe this is a mistake from Andreas following this much action to call the cold 4-bet, especially since Sheng is still live behind him. And I do believe that's what they are clarifying right now. Is this considered a raise by Gary? So once Andreas calls, am I allowed to put more money into the pot?
And what is the answer, Tony? Or maybe I should just say...
That will depend on how much he initially 3-bet to.
So the initial bet was 300, then it was raised to 1.7.
No. It was 300, and then to 1 million, right? I want to say.
So 700,000 was the raise.
Yeah, and
so
since Gary has made it 700,000 more, you're the tournament director, you're the expert here, but I'm pretty sure that reopens the action.
That reopens exactly the amount needed to reopen the betting.
Yeah.
Am I like legal to raise after he called?
But if I had to guess, that is the conversation that they are having now.
You cannot
And
hear
I think
what they are saying either.
Between the previous bet, yeah. So if it was
I think that's what Sheng is going to look to do here.
The legal raise here.
The point is he wouldn't call if he would know.
Yeah, I understand. So what's the difference? So it goes million to 1.7.
675.
I am unfamiliar with the TD's name here. I know that Danny McDonough is also in the house here.
Between the 675 to the million.
With the information that I've given this gentleman.
But yes, the betting is reopened.
Okay. So what you're saying, you've given the wrong information.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I understand. So now you want to know if you are able to take your chips back. No. So essentially, anything the dealer says is it's up to you to know what the difference. Okay, yeah. That's fine. So, and that's situation. Okay. So if you directed him to act out of turn or something, we could go back on it. But because ultimately it's your bet, and what you need to know what the difference is, so it comes down to you.
Okay. My apologies. So good, Alex. Okay. So we have a call, and you have 10 seconds left on the time clock. Okay. Time.
So at a minimum, Sheng is going to call, but I'm of the belief that he's going to move it all in and get this pot heads up against Gary.
I mean, there's a lot of time that has elapsed here, so we're going to see what's going on here.
And Sheng is all in. This is a very nice play from Sheng. And did Andreas did he just call? I think he said, did he just say call?
No.
Oh my goodness.
Did he? He did. Holy cow, look at that.
Whoa.
This is the pot of the tournament, obviously.
Wow. Andreas, of course, calling off way too many chips here. He's lucky to be flipping against Sheng at this point. Gary, with the chance, of course, to more than triple up. And should Andreas hit a 9, and it doesn't lead to a diamond flush for Sheng, he can score the double knockout of two of the other, especially, Sheng is one of the larger stacks on this table at about 7 million. So let's go to a flop in this completely wild hand. Queen, Jack, 5, Gary. happiest man in the Gold Coast right now.
Wow.
Needs to fade a 10.
Hey, this is me.
Set here. And Andreas looking to pick up a sizable side pot here. The king
On the
now.
turn. Oh, it's a heart. Andreas, the only one with a heart, picks up the flush draw.
7 of hearts.
This place is going to erupt if the river is a heart.
Sheng is nervous as can be.
What a heart.
Here is the river. It's an 8.
8 of spades. So Sheng, we lose nobody. Sheng will take a bunch of chips off Andreas. Gary will more than triple up. And Andreas calling off way too many chips, pretty much every decision point. Goes from our huge chip leader to now probably around 4th in chips approximately. And you can, he's not literally sweating right now, but you can kind of feel the temperature rising on Andreas. I know that feeling when you're deep in a tournament, you have a close decision, you make what ends up being the wrong decision, you lose a ton of chips, your body temperature shoots up about 20 degrees.
Lost 56% of his chips in that hand. Whew. Big hand though. I mean, it's
Well, Gary, ecstatic. He was out of here moments ago. He was really short, and now with 5.4 million, right in the thick of things.
all right. You're Slav. What are you thinking here?
You gotta be effing kidding me. I was, so close to at least getting one ladder with the possibility of 2. If the river's a heart, Slav moves up 2 positions. If the king doesn't land on the turn, he moves up 1 position. Oh, excuse me. No, wait. Gary flopped the set. Yeah, no, wait. Oh, without the king on the turn, Sheng gets knocked out with the ace-king. If he doesn't, hit straight or an ace or something like that. So Slav has just got to be so frustrated right now.
Because even Andreas has a fair amount of chips, so.
Looking forward to an updated check on our leaderboard following all that craziness.
There it is. Sheng Ye is a chip leader with 10.4 million. Gary, second place with 5.4, but Andreas tied at 5.4. So Andreas still has plenty of chips. You just can't let that get to you, right, Tony? I mean, this spot, if you're Andreas.
Yeah, and I just worry. I worry with Andreas that not only did we see him call off way too many chips with a pair of 9s there, but now we have determined that he is far too willing to gamble and likely to be tilting. I mean, if he's not tilting, congratulations, you're very iron-willed, but I think most players who are not accustomed to playing for big money, who make a huge misstep, are going to be feeling some tilt following a hand like that. Even a little tough to watch, honestly.
Anita has called again with ace-3. Benjamin with ace-queen.
Ben, his hand might be a little too good to shove. I think if I'm in his shoes, I might make it like 650,000 and try and get a call from some hands that I dominate and save shoving for like offsuit combos of ace-queen. He's just going to move all in. Certainly a fine option. But I think we might be able to maximize the value of our hand by making it, 4x. Slav again with a nice suited ace in the big blind, facing a little bit too much action to call off. Of course, you do need a stronger hand to call all in under ICM than to go all in yourself. And he may be thinking here, well, maybe Ben is just trying to pick on Anita. We know Anita tends to limp a little bit too much. Maybe I can call him off here and catch him a little bit lighter. But yeah, Anita, continues to put herself in harm's way with the over-limping. Seems to be considering this, and this would be most of her stack, so it would be a costly error to make.
Those suited aces.
And she does let this one go.
So Ben picks up a pot here. Lots of action at this table. Commentators, you love to see that.
Yeah, that is fantastic action and way more fun to do commentary on than, everybody playing Robot Perfect.
Come on, Anita. Andreas with Queen 9 under the gun here.
And Andreas, I believe, started with an open here. Yep, to 375,000. Sheng right behind with a pair of eights. Nice hand to make a call with. And that's how he'll play it.
Sheng's in with those eights, and Anita, Queen Deuce, lets it go. Andreas, 2 overcards here. Queen 9 of diamonds up against the eights for Sheng. When you get some of those chips back in this pot. Recently lost. The flop is a diamond, a 3-diamond flop. Andreas has flopped a flush draw. All right, you're here, Tony. You flopped Jin here with the queen high flush. What is your thought process here?
Well, I think on this kind of board, we want to mix bets and checks. Monotone boards are played pretty passively. I like that Andreas has opted for a small bet size here when we do bet. I think we only want to use small bet sizes. And so this time he decides to bet it and gets the quick fold from Sheng. And not much decision there for the pocket eights with no diamond.
You're Andreas. Are you thinking I could have won more chips in that pot, or are you just happy to take it down right there?
In many cases, your opponent's not going to have a hand that can continue. It's tempting to check once because a lot of your range does want to check there. I mean, even the times when you have an ace, it's going to want to do a fair amount of checking there. These narrow range spots, early position versus early position. We don't necessarily do a ton of betting out of position. We start with a check pretty often, even on boards that are pretty favorable for the raiser. Just because our opponent also has a very strong and narrow range there. So, certainly worth considering a check on the flop, but not a mandatory play. And I don't think he would have got any more money this time around. Sheng going up to 350 with the ace-10. Slav thinking this one over, but I think it would be optimistic to move in here with the queen jack.
Does let it go. We need a fold.
Yeah.
Now Andreas with king 6.
Again, another spot where as a medium stack up against a chip leader, you should be staying out of the fray and actually folding here. But as we've seen, Andreas really likes to defend his big blind. We've seen him defend far, far worse than king 6. So he is going to make the call. And a favorable flop for Sheng, 10-5-4.
Top pair. Andreas has not hit his holdings with the king 6. Andreas checks.
And I would be surprised if the hand doesn't end with this bet from Sheng. He's gone for a bigger sizing on the flop. And you do see that with the top pair, top kicker type combos more often. But I think it's often unbalanced. Some players only bet the size with like ace 10, pocket jacks, pocket queens. And then the times they're bluffing, they just use the small size. So you do have to be careful to balance that one out. Andreas will let it go. And so the rich get richer. Sheng, our newly minted chip leader, takes that pot off of ex-chip leader, Andreas. And Sheng so far playing a nice final table. Let me check on what his experience level is. As we said earlier, he's from Shanghai. He's been playing since 2015. And yeah, he has that $180,000 score on GG quite recently in 2022. I don't know if that is the name. Let's see. He's known under in the Hendon Mob. I think I may have found him, though.
Okay. Slav 6-9
Yes, we did. And yeah, it looks like he won a 5,000 World Series International Circuit Australia at the Gold Coast. So this casino has been good to him in 2022 for 156,000 Aussie, which is 105,000 US dollars. That is his lone major score. His only other final table came in a teams event in 2016. Doesn't necessarily have a lot of live cashes, but 2022 seems like he really picked it up. He did have 3 cashes with the win, another one for 16th place, and what was probably the main event of that stop. So a really nice stop for him in November, December of 2022, where he cashed for another 20,000 Australian. So he's in good form. That's the way you'd put it.
Trace, let's that go. Sheng is going to take this pot down with 10-3 off, winning the blinds in ante. Looks like those, I guess, are kind of like an aqua color chips are 25,000, and the blue chips are 100Ks. Fairly similar colored chips here.
Yes, I believe you're right about that, Matt. just the two colors in play for the moment.
About to be going to 200, 400,000, so. The quarter chips will still be in play at that level. Slav with 8-4, lets it go. Anita folds, Andreas folds his king six suited. And Sheng now with ace jack. Playing the rush. Let's see what he does here. That's 450. Josh with ace nine offsuit.
Yeah, finding a playable hand here. He'll make the call. Likely believes he has the best hand, but we know he's dominated. So we go to a flop. And it is Jack six deuce, two clubs. So another great flop for Sheng. Top pair, top kicker once more.
Also the ace of clubs. And he's betting out 700,000.
Yeah, and I do wonder whether Sheng using these larger sizings is going to be balanced. We've seen this twice now where he flops top pair, top kicker, and he sizes up his c-bets on fairly uncoordinated boards. And if I were, one of these other players being fed information about the stream, I would start to suspect that Sheng sizes up on the flop when his hand is strong, but on a little bit on the vulnerable side. Which, in fairness, are the hands that you are supposed to be sizing up the most. But as I said, when we saw him play the ace-10, I question whether it is balanced by also sizing up hands that are bluffing. So to give you an example, on 10-5-4, when the big blind checks, a hand you could balance sizing up with would be something like Jack 9 suited with a backdoor flush draw, or Queen Jack suited with a backdoor flush draw, or if it's 10-5-4, maybe you raised ace 3 or ace 2 suited. You could size up one of those hands, and they're basically hands that, if you get check raised off them, you don't lose a ton of equity, but you would prefer to just be one and done with the bet, and sometimes you can fold out low pairs, sometimes you can fold out straight draws that actually have, a gut shot plus the 6 pair outs for a 10 outer, and folding out those kind of hands is really valuable.
Sheng with ace 3.
Certainly as the chip leader, I'd like to see him just raise any ace on the button.
And he just limps here, I believe. Did.
I wish I could say something nice about that, but I can't.
Now Josh
I don't like that one bit. I guess.
Mo with ace 10 suited.
Yeah. And Mo being handed a slam dunk all in spot. This limp ends up saving Sheng one big blind, but I just really don't think this is the kind of hand that we want to be limping the button with as the chip leader. We just want to keep playing downhill and applying pressure, and it's not like ace 3 necessarily flops that well. So, a broken clock is right twice a day, and in this time it is. Oh my goodness, is he gonna call? That would be a substantially larger error.
Bigger than the one he's made by just limping.
Yes. Yeah. Mo hasn't played a hand yet. There we go. And Josh, disappointed to see he has to fold Jack 10 suited. Cannot make this call. But very frustrated.
And so Mo wins his pot.
Get a free 300,000. No, stop it. Yeah?
Seems real happy about it.
You owe me one now, Mo. Huh? You owe me one now. I would have called you regardless. You raised them all in anyway.
Mo, picking up his first pot of this final table, came in as one of our short stacks and has just been enjoying the ride. Hasn't had any real decisions yet. Has watched some other players put themselves at risk while he just kind of relaxes. Mo's a 35-year-old, works in finance, been playing poker for 10 years, grew up in Sydney. His largest tournament cash, $35,000. Says his greatest poker accomplishment is nothing good yet, but he's got an opportunity for a great one today.
Nina folded ace 8. Andreas now with ace 9.
375.
Does put out a race of 375.
Oh, man. Sheng right behind with a pair of kings, and we've seen how much difficulty Andreas has folding to pre-flop action. So you wonder if there could be fireworks here, and as we know, one of his aces already out of the deck.
Race of 900,000.
Yep, a little bit of a small 3-bet here from Sheng. Again, one of those things you see players get a little unbalanced with. You know, we saw him 3-bet ace-king earlier from 300,000 to $1 million, but now he's 3-betting kings from 375 to 900. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but again, if you only use these plays with really strong hands, it can be kind of transparent. However, if Andreas has been too loose in putting in chips pre-flop, especially when he's been given a good price, then who cares? Just go small and induce this guy who has trouble folding into sticking around, and that's working out nicely for Sheng right now as Andreas making a call that could end up costing him a ton if he gets a 9-high board. Certainly not a hand we want to be raise calling against a superior stack at a final table, but Andreas, as we know, oh my goodness, Matt, I can't believe that that's actually what happened. We get the 9-high board, and as we've been talking about, Andreas just puts far too many chips in. I worry that he's going to do something like check raise the flop, or even just lead out, and he is. He's going to lead right out, and this is you know, this is just a disaster, Matt. Sheng acting very quick. Andreas immediately calling.
Oh, goodness, Andreas.
And just a fiasco of a hand here. Sheng having played it beautifully. Andreas, our chip leader, coming into the final table, our huge chip leader, only an orbit ago, now at risk of elimination with just 4 outs. I mean, I know it's showing 5, but we know that one of the aces was folded. So just 4 outs going to the turn. This is brutal.
And there
King
it
on
is.
the turn, and that is it. Sheng has locked it up and scored a massive KO here. Andreas, our chip leader, as I said just an orbit ago, eliminated in 8th place. I cannot believe it. He's going to take home $45,564. And I'm sure some very mixed emotions.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Andreas. But again, a good week, 35,000. I'm sorry, 45,000 Australian dollars. But he had hoped for much, much more than that just a little while ago, as you said, with the chip lead. And with that pot, I believe we're going to take a short break here. Stick around. You've seen plenty of action, plenty more action to come. The next player out getting 58,534, and you see Sheng Ye has just amassed a massive chip lead here, 17,075,000. Slav still the chip short stack with 1.5. Tony, we'll be right back with more action.
Yes, we will.
Nick is just gonna call. I think he gives Simon a lot of respects for his open, because sometimes you will see players potentially put it all in there with Nick's stack size.
I'm gonna just put all my money in there.
But that actually opens it up for Ryan to put both players at risk.
You're just gonna do it, huh? Sheng Ye way out in front with 1.8 million in chips. Just amazing, huh, Maria?
He's really been able to run over this field. I mean, I think we did see that he got a little lucky on the previous days, but of course at this point, having such a big chip lead going into the final table is so important.
The blinds are 4 and 8,000 with a big blind ante of 8. Griffin Paul, he has ace-10 of diamonds. Now Griffin won the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown season 13, and he is going to raise it to 18,000. Ryan going out, Tony Dunst out, and now Simon Lamb picking up his queen.
Great hand for Simon, and he is going to 3-bet off of about 42 big blinds to start.
Nick Schulman gets out of the way. Back on Griffin. Now Griffin Paul is from the San Fernando Valley, where I lived for a very long time growing up as well. In fact, I played with his father back in the day when we were both 16 years old. Truly.
Who won between the two of you?
Oh, I did, I guess. The clock is ticking down. He's got a decision here.
He does. I mean, ace-10 suited looks really pretty, but if you don't think Simon has any light 3-bets, then I do think a fold is good.
And he's got to make that fold. Simon Lamb, who took down season 17's first event at WPT Gardens.
Nice hand, sir.
Thank you.
That was impressive.
Takes down the first pot here tonight. He's originally out of Brooklyn, New York, lives in Irvine, California now. He is 30 years old. Griffin Paul this time going to lay down Jack 10. Ryan Tosick out. Tony Dunst, WPT commentator, WPT champion, goes away. Around to Nick Schulman with 7-6. Is just going to call. Ola with a 9-4 of hearts.
Let's go.
Content to see the cards. Here we go. Flop is a queen, 7-3, and there's 2 hearts. Nick out in front with 7s.
8,000.
But Ola's going to bet the 4 flush.
Nick certainly isn't going to go anywhere. You can tell that he just wants to check call against Ola because Ola's a very aggressive player. He's to his left. He has position.
3 pairs the board. Nick's still in front here. Just going to check again. Try to get in cheap. And Ola going to splash it, hoping to hit a flush.
Ola on a semi-bluff, just betting his equity here, but of course, Nick still not going to fold.
Going to the river. Can Nick survive this? No. A deuce of hearts. Ola hitting the flush. Look at those eyes. And Nick has to be uncomfortable with that last card. He's going to check again.
Ola betting 100,000 here, which represents over half of Nick's stack, puts Nick in a really tough spot. If he makes this call and is wrong, then he's really handcuffed. Nick is going to find so few bluffs in Ola's hand that he's willing to triple barrel with that he's going to have a tough time figuring this one out, I think. Ola could have anything here.
Now Nick is taking one of his time chips. That's an extension of 30 seconds. Each player gets 8 of these before the final table starts.
Definitely worth the consideration that Nick is taking, but he is going to end up letting it go. That's a good fold, a lot of discipline against someone who is as aggressive as Ola.
Ola Sheng Ye taking the pot down with the flush. He's from Berlin. He's 26 years old, and he's got a lot of chips here tonight. Mucks this hand. Griffin also going out. Ryan not going to play. Tony Dunst with a Jack 6 of clubs in the button. He's going to raise it. 16 to go. Simon goes out, and Nick Schulman with Queen Jack.
Certainly worth an open for Tony, but Nick
All in.
does the right thing, moves all in, Queen Jack offsuit. You know Tony's going to open. A lot of hands on the button. You want to just take down this pot right here.
Tony Dunst has to lay that down. We're just getting started here. We're coming back. Stay with us.
Play online poker for real cash and prizes at WPT Global. Sign up for free today and get a free entry into a $100,000 guaranteed tournament.
He's gonna muck a jack deuce. Simon Lamb not interested. Nick Schulman now with ace-7 of diamonds. Nick's living in Vegas now. And he is going to raise it to 16,000 to go. But Ola right behind him with big slick ace-king of clubs.
Pretty unfair for a player like Ola with the kind of reputation he has as being very aggressive to wake up with good hands too, because he doesn't have a lot of believability right now when he does 3-bet, and Nick has a decent hand.
Call.
And I think him calling in this spot where most people would fold off of his stack size is just a testament to how much credit they give Ola to be very wide in this spot.
Well, look at this flop. King, Jack, 9. Great for Ola. Bad for Nick. Nick's going to check. Ola's going to bet. 40,000.
This is as big of a brick of a flop for Nick. When you hold ace-7 of diamonds, you just can't continue, and it doesn't even matter if Ola had it here or not. Nick just knows that there's nothing he can do about it.
Ola Shemian won the WPT European Championship in Berlin on the World Poker Tour Season 16.
Ola, how fast did you go from like a few 100,000 to 2 million yesterday? Because I feel like I turned around, you had a normal stack, I turned around again, and you had all the chips.
I lost pot, and I had 400, and then a little later 1.7 or something. Flopping pots helps. Sometimes.
Sometimes.
I only saw you turn it.
Simon Lamb from Irvine, California goes out. Nick Schulman gonna take a breather. Ola with 10-7 of spades.
And I think we're going to continue to see the trend of Ola opening a lot of hands, because at this point he's going to put maximum pressure on all of his opponents.
Oh, not so fast. Don't do it to Tony Dunn. He's got a pair of jacks here.
Nice for Tony to find jacks in the big blind, but he is just going to call, because in this spot, when you have a decent stack size against the chip leader, you don't want to play a big pot, especially out of position, and lose your chip position, which gives you a big advantage over the short stacks.
And look at this flop. Perfect for Tony Dunn as a 7-5-5 appears. Ola getting a piece of that with the 7s.
Easy continuation bet from Ola. He doesn't expect Tony to have an overpair, because sometimes he will hear from Tony with a 3-bet before the flop.
Well, he's made it 36,000. A good check and raise by Tony. And Ola's not going anywhere. He's going to make this call. We're going to the turn, and it gets better for Ola. Now he's got 10s and 7s. Tony looking good with jacks and 5s. Motown hand. Tony's going to come out with a bet, 42.
Tony happy to continue to extract value in this hand.
Oh.
He is going to continue. Five, so now Tony Dunce with 5s full of jacks. Ola with 5s full of 10s. Tony's going to put a bet of 80,000. Doesn't want to scare away his victim.
Ola's thinking about it because with Tony check raising and then the board running out this way, Tony's not really going to bluff at a board that has 3 5s once Ola calls both the flop and the turn. So it's not really an easy payoff.
Well, Ola's going to take more time. 30-second extension.
Call.
Jacks.
And he's going to make the call. Hard to get away from that. So Tony Dunce will take some chips away from the chip leader. 6 players remain here at the Tournament of Champions.
Hey. Didn't feel like a bluff.
Didn't feel like a bluff, but you had a good hand?
Yeah.
Yeah, then what can you do?
Have a 10.
Oh, wow. It's a nice hand for you to have for me.
Right, then the Tournament of Champions continues. 6 players. Winner's going to take home $440,000 here tonight. And Ola Shemian running away with it. 1.8 million in chips. Schulman on the short stack with 154,000.
These players definitely have their work cut out for them when Ola has such a massive chip lead. the rest of the players are really fighting to stay alive, to ladder up, and that's going to make them a little bit easy to play against at times.
Well, Ola with 4-3 of hearts has made it 17,000. Ryan Tosick has called it.
Call.
Tony Dunn's a little pair of sevens just calling. Simon Lamb's going to stick around and splash with the 6-5. So four-way action. Here we go. Flop is a jack, 4 deuce, 2 of them spades. Tony out in front with sevens, actually. He's going to check.
Simon has a gut shot straight draw here, but Ola, opening with that 4-3 of hearts, does manage to connect.
30.
Makes a continuation bet, 30,000. Now Ryan Tosick with a 4 flush. Ryan Tosick has called.
Yeah, I think Tony has to fold there because he knows he's not going to be able to get to showdown very likely against 3 other opponents and still have the best hand.
9 of diamonds. So no flush there for Tosick. Ola with the 4 is going to slow down with a check, and Tosick, will he bet his flush and his inside straight draw?
Ryan wants to take that free card off.
Hits the 10 of hearts.
He finally gets there on the river with his draw.
Check.
Let's see if Ola will try to steal with his 4s. Nope, he's going to check it. They all yield to Ryan Tosick, who has the straight. He's put out 135,000. Simon Lamb can't do it.
And I don't see Ola calling this bet just because his hand is too weak.
Ryan Tosick, 28 years old, season 16 5-diamond champ, takes down this one. There's the Champions Cup. Maria, you've made numerous final tables in the World Poker Tour, but yet to take down a title.
Way to keep that needle going because how many times have you made it but can't seem to close, Maria? Please tell me.
Well, you know you've had some bad luck here at the final table, but you're a terrific player. Back to the felt we go. Ryan Tosick will make it 18 with just a 7-4. Tony Dunn's Queen Jack.
And now it's Ryan's turn to open quite wide, but it is because Ola is out of the way. Once you see the chip leader fold, you do feel like it's kind of a green light for somebody else to step up and put the pressure on.
Schulman's going to make the call and splash around with the 6-5. And the flop is an 8-6-3. Nick Schulman with 6s here. And Tosick, inside straight draw, makes a continuation bet, 19. Tony gets out of the way. Now Nick Schulman.
He's just considering whether he should be going all in this spot. He does need to protect his hand from overcards, from flush draws. If he calls here, there's just so many bad turn cards for him that might keep him from continuing and feeling good about him having the best hand, that he might as well just go with this hand if he decides to play.
No, that's exactly what he's going to do. He's gone all in.
I had a king.
All right, we are back. You see Sheng Ye has a chip lead, 85 big blind, 17,075,000 in chips. Josh Foster from the United States in third with 4.3 million. It is Josh's birthday today as well, Tony. Did you know that?
That's always a good omen at a final table. I've always believed in the birthday luck. You're lucky on your birthday.
All right, Gary now with ace king of diamonds. We've seen this hand, exact hand, win a lot of chips at this final table. To recap, it was big pot in which our chip leader, former chip leader, now eliminated player Andreas had 2 9s, and Sheng had the ace king of diamonds and queens as well for Gary in that hand. And then next thing you know, Andreas was not the chip leader, and now he has been eliminated in 8th place. We are down to the final 7. 7th place is going to pick up 58,534. First place, 374,953, which includes that seat to the WPT Championship at Wynn Las Vegas in December. So We will see what happens.
I don't know about you, Matt, but I expect that event to grow year over year.
I do as well.
Yeah, I think the whole poker world was impressed, and that those that didn't go had pretty bad FOMO over not attending.
For sure. Slav Rypinski is the short stack in this event. He's down, I think he has over $1 million still. So still in it. Mo now with ace king of hearts.
Worth pointing out our blinds are up. We are playing 100,000, 200,000.
And he does go all in.
Just the 10 big blinds, rips it in.
Slav's considering it. He's down to a 1.2 million. 6 big blinds. He does not call.
Slav, a bit more of a methodical player. You know, he kind of takes his time, thinks it over. Is there a reason I should call this off? Okay, no. But yeah, what a fireworks. What a fireworks display we had just before the break. The ace-9 up against the kings. I didn't really think we were going to get a 9-high board. I mean, I don't even know what percent of boards in all of poker are 9-high. Especially when somebody's holding a 9. And
you did
lo and
say
behold,
it, though.
I did say it. I said, oh, you know, if he should get a 9-high board, he's just going to end up stacking off here. I got this terrible feeling. That's exactly what he did. He led right out, got raised, just ripped his, he couldn't be happier to rip his stack in, and it's kind of like, yeah, you know, your opponent has an overpair.
All right, so you're Andreas. You win your way in through a satellite. What are you learning here, Tony? What are you thinking about trying to do better next time?
I would say if Andreas, wants to take poker more seriously, the thing he really needs to work on is his ICM game. There's just a big difference between the way you play at a final table or at a bubble and the way you play the rest of a tournament. And it felt pretty clear to me that he was not aware of that distinction. And that's what he needs to improve most immediately, so that if he ever has another opportunity like this, he can make the most of it. But for now, Sheng raised the Jack-10 first to act. I like that as our big chip leader, he's opening up his raising range to include the Jack-10. Slav finally finds a hand he can move all in with. And he does get called by Sheng, who is getting the great price. So a nice call from Sheng there, and his Jack and 10 are both live. So he kind of likes what he sees.
And the flop king 7-4. Slav is in the lead with his ace high. Backdoor straight draw possible with a 9 on the turn.
Yeah, that's actually not a good card for Slav. Now any 8 queen jack 10 gives Sheng the winning hand. So that gives Sheng an additional 8 outs. And the 10 will do it. Slav played a real patient final table, coming in so short, and he looks really disappointed, which I think he should feel really good about his performance at this final table. He was super short. He had some close decisions where he made a prudent fold, and it got him out of harm's way, and he was able to ladder from 9th to 7th, take home 58,000 as we saw there on the graphic. And as I said, I think he should feel real good about his performance here tonight. But it's always a letdown when you bust, especially you get rivered. You're just like, oh man, if I just win that one, and then maybe this goes my way, and all of a sudden I'm chipped up, and maybe I finish top 3 and I take home all this money, but no, you had to river me.
Are all those thoughts going through your head, Tony, over and over again, probably on the way out the door?
Sometimes it just kind of depends on what your expectations were, you know.
Yeah. All right, 75,981 for the next player eliminated here.
I feel like there's some Buddhist saying about
money.
Expectations being the root of suffering or something. It's something like that, where if you come in and you're the short stack and you're like, hey, as long as I do better than 9th, mission accomplished, you probably walk out of here feeling great. But if you instead look for those top prizes and you think, oh man, if I just double up a couple of times, it could be me, it's easy to feel really disappointed.
Sheng in complete control of this table again, busts another player. Has to feel good about his performance today.
Absolutely. Sheng just doing a nice job of playing quality hands and playing them for lots of chips. That's a bunch of what ICM poker really is. And he's done an excellent job tonight of just trying to get the maximum out of his opponents, and in particular, locking horns with Andreas. We see him there next to one of our short stacks, Anita, who has been playing a little more solid as of late. We saw her making some limps earlier on at this final table. And it seems that she may have sort of caught herself a little bit and realized, hey, I can't just keep spending chips like this. Action with Mo.
And we talk about this all the time on those streams, Tony, that players have the ability to watch this, as they go to break. So 30 minutes later, maybe they pick up a few things that they may have been doing incorrectly just by watching the stream.
Yeah, and I would think the professionals at our final table have somebody at home or within their social circle feeding them information about the hands that have been played and what their opponents are doing. Certainly, if I made a major final table that was streamed, I would look to have somebody in that position.
Ben's got the 10s, and he does raise 400,000, and will win this pot.
People in our chat saying that Josh is the most experienced player, the best player at this table. Can't say I'm that familiar with his game, but perhaps somebody well known in the Pacific poker scene. Let's see. He has won an APL title in the NLH Townsville Auto Group. Let me have a look at Josh Foster's Hendon Mob. Give me one moment here, Matt.
It's showing that he's from American, but he has.
There's two. There's two Josh Fosters. I'm gonna assume this is the one from Melbourne, Australia, and that Josh Foster has 325,000 in career earnings on Hendon Mob.
Okay.
And a number of final tables. He's been playing. I mean, he has scores going back to 2009. And he has some first place finishes, many of them at lower buy-ins earlier in his career, and what I would take to be smaller fields. But he has been up in the buy-ins as of late. He won a 1K in 2019 at Crown Casino for 23,000. He won another 1K, a 2-7 triple draw event in 2022. We had the event in Townsville as well, a 3K that he won for about 30,000.
Josh with Jack 3 here up against 4-3, and he does flop a pair, middle pair, and he's going to bet at 225. Mo also with a pair of 4s. Let's it go. So again, Josh shows as being American. It is his birthday today. I don't know if he's now an American living in Melbourne, but money of his cash seem to be in that region of the world. Thanks, Tully Dog. On the break there, I don't know if you noticed that, Tony, but it was your final table from the
I did.
Tournament of Champions.
It wasn't that long ago, but even looking back at it now, I watched some of the hands, and I'm like, yep, should have played that better.
Always learn. Always learning.
Always learn. I'd really just gotten back into studying poker for about a year at that point. I took some time away to basically be a professional daily fantasy sports player from about 2015 to 17-ish. And then as that dried up, I thought, I haven't been working on my poker game in quite some time now. I should get back into it. I started studying again in 2018. And in 2019, made that final table. So I can tell, looking back, that it was not as polished as I would hope to be if I made a major final table these days.
Sheng winning this one with the ace-3. Confident smile there.
Doesn't 2019 seem like an absolute lifetime ago?
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
It really does. I was thinking about even 2020. Recently just had the LA Poker Classic just came up again. I'm just thinking, man, I haven't even been in LA. It seems like once in the last 4 years. It's incredible. It's been 4 years now.
Yeah, we do have the Gardens coming up in May.
Yep.
Last I checked,
Absolutely.
that was a 10K main event, but
yeah,
is it a 10K again this year? That's right?
I believe it is going to be a 10K again.
Okay, interesting stuff.
Our friend Kevin Quintanilla, Club WPT player, hosts some of his own streams there. Anita raises to 700,000 with ace queen offsuit. Oh, showing just one king there, lets it go, and Gary with ace-6 also folding. Benjamin with the king-8.
Yeah, the problem with opening so big is Benjamin actually has a hand that if she opened small, she'd extract some chips out of, but she's made this big 3.5x sizing, and so not even king-8 suited in the big blind can really justify calling for such a large price and such a heavy price up against a hand that he knows is going to be superior to his. So Anita wins the pot, but maybe loses a little bit of opportunity.
Anita came in today, 16 players left, very, very short. So she has to be happy with the way this day is going for her. Generally, we played it onto the final table on day 2 in our prime events, but this field was so big that we ended up playing down to 16. They came back at noon today, local time, and played to this final table. So we picked up the stream a couple hours later, but Anita having a good day today. Let's see if her good fortune continues here.
I thought we'd get to watch a little Angel Guillen poker at this final table. He ended up finishing, what was it, 11th or 12th?
Yeah, it looked like 11th place. And Jack Hardcastle, who is a WPT champion, also deep in there from the UK. So it's good to see some people traveling to this event. Sure seemed like it was worth it. Not to mention, Australia is just a beautiful part of the world. If you've not been there and you get a chance to come down and play a WPT, there's much more to see than just the poker, which is a good thing about a lot of the events that we run. We were just in Paris, as I said earlier, and people look to make it a vacation.
Right. Well, you might have the biggest travel year of any of us.
Yeah,
you did
Paris.
Paris.
Interesting.
You said you're going to Slovakia. You have India as well.
Yeah, going to San Remo also.
Wow.
And Madrid as well. So, yeah.
My goodness.
It's going to be a busy one. But
do you know how many countries you've been to?
I don't. I always thought about getting a map and putting some pins in it and see where I've been. But I would say, gosh, it's got to be in the neighborhood of 50, 45 to 50.
Right.
Somewhere in that neighborhood, which is good. It's a lot. I mean, it's great to see the world. And poker has provided a great way to see the world for many of us, as you know.
Yeah, and I was lucky to get started at a young age. My first international trip was to Australia via a package I won playing on Party Poker in my dorm room. That was what kind of tipped it all off for me. And it has allowed me to travel and see so much of the world over the last 20 years. Meanwhile, Josh, with the Ace-Jack here. We'll open our action. Gary on the cutoff with Jack-10 suited has a decision to make.
With Queen 10 lets it go. Gary did call that, so we have 2 players in this spot at least. We'll see what happens with Sheng with King 7. Flop is King 9-7. Gary with the double gutter here, and Josh with Ace Jack still in the lead with just Ace High.
And Josh with a hand that can kind of mix bets and checks here. Having the ace of diamonds is nice. Push your hand a little bit towards a bet. In the event the turn is a bet, in the event the turn is a diamond, you can continue betting. And maybe you just try and rep a big flush and barrel off. But you also don't want to pure bet these situations, as it's a board that should connect pretty well for Gary's range, as we see with the Jack-10 of spades. He's found enough hand to make the call, looking for an 8 or a queen.
Sevens pair the board on the turn. Josh putting out a time chip. That gives him 30 more seconds to act on the hand.
Josh looking like he wants to keep bluffing here. I'm not sure it's going to work out for him if he bets. I'm not sure what I think of barreling with this combo. Jack of hearts isn't quite ideal, since we block something like Jack-10 of hearts and Queen Jack of hearts that will peel the flop and then give up the turn. Even the ace of diamonds at this point is sort of a mixed blessing. I guess you block some of the like ace high diamonds that would call your bet. And you do see a little bit of relief come across Josh's face there. And maybe he just feels that there's a lot of nines or pocket pairs in Gary's range, and that double barrel will get them out a lot. And I do like that he found a barrel that's, it's pretty tough to find unless you have a really good hand. But I do wonder whether the Jack of hearts really works against you in a way where you just prefer to use other ace-jack and ace-queen combos to make that type of bluff. The confident play does pay off there. Gary now with the ace-8 of hearts on the hijack.
Good game, man. Happy birthday.
Gary raises to 400,000. Anita folds 7-6. Sheng with ace-10.
Interesting spot for Sheng. And I'm curious to see how he approaches it. Calling and 3-betting. Both pretty viable options. Based on Gary's stack size, I would be a little tempted to go with a call. Or I like this option too. I was going to say you could just shove depending on how much the big blind has. Yeah, Josh is 5.5 million. Yeah, this seems like a pretty good option. And he does get it through. And Gary's been a little more willing to open hands than some of his opponents that feel more handcuffed by the ICM. So I think Sheng may have landed on the best option there. That's just a nice aggressive play from our chip leader.
Climbing up towards 20 million in chips. And as I said, there's only 3.7 in play. So he's trending towards over half the chips in play. Does now have over half chips in play.
Great feeling at a final table when you don't just have the chip lead, but you have a massive chip lead, and you get to pummel the players around you as they try and ladder up.
We haven't said much about Mo Haidary here.
He's been playing pretty snug, waiting for his spot so far. Anita raising up the ace-5 here. Again, using this this very large raise size. And that will be enough to chase her opponents away. She'll stack that one up. Yeah, I like that she is she's moved away from the limping, now just going with the raising. I think that's going to fare much better for her. You know, because she's also been snug in the last few orbits. I think her raises are going to get a lot of respect as well. Shot of Ben Richardson there. Longtime poker pro out of Melbourne.
And folds Anita, ace jack now. She's going to 800,000 up.
Really going big this time, going with the 4x raise. And the dilemma with going with these huge sizings is that if and when you run into a big hand behind you and somebody jams, you're either committed into calling and you're going to end up calling off, you know, with a second best hand. Although this time it's going to work out great for her because Mo is going to put his chips in, his last 1.5 million. And it's only going to be about 700,000 for Anita to call. So she'll make the call, and she will be all in. Excuse me, Mo will be all in. Anita will be ahead.
So you say it's going to work out great for her. I always think to myself, if it holds up, because I love that you have the same feeling about the hand no matter what the result is. I know that's the proper way to think.
Right.
And as Mo just catches a king right on the flop, Anita is behind in this pot.
Mo, he stayed patient. He stayed patient. He's getting rewarded here, drawing out on Anita. King on the turn, and that will lock up this pot. Mo celebrates knowing there's no fear of being rivered now. So I think Anita will be our short stack following that, down to 1.8 million. Gonna have 9 big blinds left.
Yeah, tough one for Anita here. Getting her money in with the best hand and not being able to hold up there.
Yeah, she had a chance to move up the ladder there, knock out Mo. Mo's been short for quite some time. So you got to win these all-ins at final tables. They are worth a ton of money. And nice to be on the lucky end of things. So all smiles from Mo. His table mates less happy to see him double up there. Oh, Haidary now with 3.5 million. But Sheng, easily the man to beat.
Anita's all in real quick here.
Yep. Putting her last 9 blinds in play with ace-9.
Josh folds. Mo with ace-6. Lets that go. Gary is also going to fold. And Ben folds as well. Anita. Auntie Anita picks up a pot. They call her Auntie in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Love to see that. She's got a fantastic last name.
Well, you might be a little biased.
Just a bit.
And Anita, our only player from New Zealand at this final table.
Did you get over to see New Zealand when you were there?
Oh, yes. I played a couple of poker tournaments there. I lit myself on fire on my 25th birthday in New Zealand in a bar, performing a bar trick that the owner of the bar taught me. But I did not perform it as smoothly as him, and unfortunately, some of the alcohol dribbled down onto my clothing, and when I spat the fireball out, some of my clothes went up in flames.
Oh gosh.
Sheng here. Pair of kings.
The tower, the Star Tower. I've been there.
Yes. Yeah, hard to forget.
Sheng with the kings raises to 400,000. Ben now folds his 8 deuce, and Anita folds 10-7. Anita did win an event earlier in the series, so she's having a great series here. Finishing second here today would put her in the lead for the player of the festival. That would be awesome to see. She's got a little work to do to get to that spot.
Let's look at Josh Foster sitting on 5.3 million.
The birthday boy.
See how far that birthday luck can carry him tonight. Big final table for Josh. He's got a nice resume of tournament scores, but this would be by far the largest should he take it down. Over to Mo with the ace-8 on the hijack. Anita will call in the small blind, and if I had to guess, Sheng is not going to let her get away with this. Does have a pretty weak hand, but yeah, I suspect that he knows that when Anita limps in, it's mostly with the weaker parts of her range, and she, raises it up with her strong hands. Sheng, recognizing that, makes the raise with 6-4 offsuit.
And she does make the call here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think her stack is a little too shallow to be limp calling these kinds of hands.
Sheng does flop a pair here, so.
Yep.
One club on the board.
I like this small bet from Sheng. Pretty ideal sizing here. Just knows that if Anita has a better pair, she'll continue, and if not, it's really hard for her to have much of a hand that wants to call. So she will let that one go. Well played hand from Sheng there. 6-4. Flops bottom pair, takes it down. And that will drop Anita to about 6 or 7 big blinds.
She's like 600.
Anita clearly enjoying herself at the final table, though. Yeah.
Having a great time. Like I said, she started the day short, so it's good. And having a great series. Love to see the laughter at the final table. Tony, you took the term lighting it on fire to a different level.
Yes, that tournament, I certainly lit it on fire. Oh, man. What a messy night. On my 25th birthday. It's strange to think that, yeah, at that age, I was a pretty crazy party guy. Oh, I think Anita really missed an opportunity there with an ace on the button. She only has about 6 or 7 blinds left, and maybe feeling a little flustered after the last hand where she lost some of her chips, but I think that was a really nice opportunity for her to take on the button there, and instead it's going to be Sheng and Josh heads up in this pot. But yeah, I was saying that it's strange to think that at 25 I was, partying in a way where I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was hilarious that I lit myself on fire. Like I was fortunate to get away with very, very minor, like little singes, and burn isn't even the right word. And was out drinking and partying a lot at that age, and even by like 26, I was pretty much done. I was pretty much retired from the game.
I'm gonna say that isn't the Tony I know.
No, and the other night after the poker awards, I went to dinner with Vince and Adam Pliska, and I had a couple of beers, and I was like kind of hungover the next day, and I was like, "What the hell happened to me?"
All right, Sheng increases his chip lead here, picks up the small pot, 400,000 again. Anita did have that ace, like you said. And didn't take advantage of it, but I think she'll get back on board here.
That was actually, I was even younger when we first met. I remember when we first met. Do you remember when that was?
I think it has to be back in the CL days. Is that when?
It was the Party Poker Million Cruise in the Mediterranean.
Wow. Jeez.
Yeah.
That's 2005 or 6?
No, it was 07 or 08.
Okay.
One of those two.
Okay.
That was my first time in the Mediterranean as well, and getting to play a big tournament there. I went on the cruise with Mike McDonald was there with me. It was back when he was like 18 or something, and he could play in Europe but not in the United States. So we did a swing where it was that event, a Paris event, and then Barcelona, back when they had the Aviation Club.
Limit Hold'em.
This one was not limit. This
was
not limit.
That was the first. That was the first one. That was
very old school ones.
There was no.
This one I think was spring 2008, if memory serves. So 15 years ago. Ange was on the cruise as well, as it turns out.
Yep. I have a picture of that cruise with Ange, our boss. All right,
it's very
6-3. Yeah.
Strange to think how many people I met from these distant places I've come to work with at the World Poker Tour. Meeting you and Ange on that cruise in the Mediterranean. I met her husband, Ozzy, at Crown Casino, as well as Lynn, of course, who worked at Crown Casino in their marketing department at the time, this being nearly 20 years ago. Now, the anchor woman on the World Poker Tour.
Right. Did you know Lynn back in Australia?
I did, yes.
Okay.
I didn't know her so much just when she did marketing around Crown. I remember she was kind of around the poker room a little bit, but she wasn't interacting with players the same way as when she joined the Poker News team. And that's when I got to know her much better because, she was interviewing us pretty regularly.
Yep. 30 years I've been in this business, Tony. Unbelievable. Anita folds the 3 deuce. Sheng folds. Josh with a 7 of spades. Likely to put some chips in the pot. Raises to 450.
And Mo with a hand that, again, when we're playing for chips, it plays very well as an all-in, and it looks like he's going to go for it. Nice play from Mo here. Not everyone finds these lower-suited Broadway reshoves, but a good jam here from Mo, and he will get this through against Josh. And it gets even tougher to make those kind of plays when Anita is very short. And I think just about to pay the big blind, and those would be 2 of her last 6-ish blinds she's about to put in the middle there. So it's tempting when you have the queen jack of spades to just pass on the spot and not risk the elimination. But I like that he went for it.
Of course. Especially this guy with all the chips.
He's the luckiest of the bunch.
Yeah. So far he's the luckiest.
People in the chat saying that I should come back and play in New Zealand, which I would love to do. It's the 15 hours of travel time that I have difficulty with, to get all the way to that part of the world. I wish it was just like a 6-hour trip or something. That'd be down there all the time. You're talking about 15 hours in a plane. Oh boy. I went to Hawaii recently, and it's about 6 hours from Hawaii to the West Coast, and even that is, it's a decent chunk of time on the plane, but, I shouldn't be telling you this. You've been spending so much time on the planes. But look at this match. Sheng has opened really wide here, just going for it at this point with the 10-5 of spades. Mo just flatting the cutoff with ace-king. This is the first play from Mo I'm not a big fan of. I do think that ace-king offsuit when you're on 20 blinds is just kind of the go-to reshove hand. And if we're going to reshove queen-jack suited, we do want to be able to reshove ace-king off. I also don't think there's anybody behind him that was all that likely to jam over the top light in a way that would trap. So, it didn't end up harming him in any way, but I do think Mo should be playing that spot as an all-in pre-flop.
Yes, he does pick up the pot with that bet on the flop.
But yeah, you're going to accumulate some frequent flyer miles this year. You must.
Yeah,
do you sleep well on planes?
Yeah, it's not bad. The only problem when I went to Paris was that the first night I arrived, I stayed up until 5 watching the NFL games the very first night, and that was not a good plan. Kind of messed up my whole clock for the whole trip. It was the night of the championship game, so I stayed up and watched both of those.
Oh, those are hard to miss.
And it basically messed up my whole sleep for the trip. I always, when I went to Australia, I seemed to do very well because it almost seems like it's a full day. So I didn't really have a problem in Australia. When I used to go there, I was back at Aussie Millions in the early 2000s. Nines versus queens here.
Yeah, and I think Ben is just going to move in. His stack is too short to do anything beyond that. I do believe Josh will call, but he's not going to like it. I think Josh is aware that Ben has played conservative on this short stack, and that he's not going to be moving in over the top with that many unpaired hands. Probably just ace-king, ace-queen, maybe ace-jack suited.
Sheng looks down and sees king-queen and probably likes that hand, but we'll see if he gets away with it.
Yeah, I don't think he likes it quite enough. Does let that one go.
Good fold, good fold.
And we see this reluctance from Josh, that kind of like, I think I have to call this, but I don't feel good about it vibe, which is exactly how I would feel in his shoes. Which tells you how tight the dynamic gets between short stacks at final tables. Because if this is earlier in a tournament, I can't wait to call this hand. I'm like, yeah, I got pocket nines, let's go. But in this scenario, facing a less than 10 big blind rejam, and we have a quote-unquote premium hand with pocket nines, we are not feeling good about it. And unfortunately, it looks like we've lost our video feed for the moment. So perhaps the computer will tell us whether Josh makes the call or not. Hopefully we get that back momentarily.
We don't know what's going on, but we will hopefully pick it up soon. Josh contemplating this call with nines. Oh, wait a minute.
And it looks like he made the fold.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did.
Yeah, that tells you just how tight ICM poker is. I think if Josh even has more chips, he probably makes the call, but he's calling off like half his stack there to be flipping at best.
Yeah. As it turns out, he wasn't even flipping, so.
Yes.
Tim's asking if I'm coming back to Australia for the White Russians. Oh, what was that? Just flashed on the bottom.
I'm pretty sure that's borderline.
And it looks like we have resumed our picture, so that is a relief. Mo now with ace jack.
Oh, the ace jack does raise. E to a 6-3. Down to 750K. She will fold that one. Sheng with king 4 lets it go. And so Mo will take this pot down with the ace jack. Auntie Anita will be getting the chips in soon with her 750,000 chip stack. Any ace here, you're shoving if you're Anita.
Absolutely. Yeah, at this point with what 3 or 4 blinds, we're probably reaching the any king stage.
Gary folds now to Benjamin, who lets it go. Anita also folds. Sheng with jack 4 folds it, and Josh king 9. Makes a call to 200,000 now to Mo with 7s.
And he moves all in with the 7s.
Gotta like that move, and now to win the pot. I think we're taking another short break here. Sheng Ye with over 21 million, 106 big blinds, 57% of the chips. Anita Savage with 4 big blinds left. 75,000 for the next player eliminated. 374,953 up top. And we will be right back.
Back to Raymond Dolan's hand. This time he's going to squeeze a 10-7, elects to fold, and now the Hungarian beach boy, Andres with a king 10. Wow.
Another guy that's a very aggressive player. And he's going to fire it up here. Makes it 180,000 to go. Dvorak wings his cards back into the muck.
And now Mr. Wing with a Jack 9.
Does he know that you're allowed to fold? You know?
He's impressive.
He has just come to play.
No, he doesn't know that concept. He's called it. Let's see if he gets lucky. Flop is 9-7-4, all hearts. Tree Wing with the 9s. Tree checked it. And now Andres with nothing hitting there. He's going to make the continuation bet, 285.
Well, Vince Tree's got the kind of hand that most people are just going to check raise right here with this hand. You've got top pair and a flush draw.
But no, he's just going to call it.
And now the deuce of hearts comes off. So he has
Another
the best hand with the flush. Has his opponent drawing dead, but I'm sure he doesn't know that.
We are back, and Mo moving all in from the small blind here up against Gary. Nice job from Mo, understanding that as the bigger stack, he really gets to bull Gary here, especially with Anita being so short. I mean, Anita is so short that she's going to be all in and at risk any moment here, and Gary with an ace has a hand that should be calling under most conditions, but under this one, I guess he's supposed to fold, you know? I don't have, you know, this kind of simulation program handy where I could run this, but I would guess that Gary is almost certainly supposed to fold here. So let's see what Gary decides to do. He's in the tank here. Again, I'm pretty sure he's supposed to fold, but if he wants to win the tournament, and we've gotten the sense earlier in this final table that Gary wants to win the tournament, it's a good call to make. And yeah, he's going to make it. He's going to be a solid favorite here at 57%. And Anita might be the happiest person at this final table. I mean, everybody would be happy to see Gary get knocked out, but Anita was sitting there with 3 big blinds would be over the moon to see Gary get knocked out here. So a risky call from Gary, but one where he is in front. We'll go to a flop. And the flop is 5, king, 3. All hearts. Mo does take the lead with a 3. Gary now looking for a 4 or an ace. Does have 7 outs going to the turn. There's also the possibility of running hearts for a chop. It's Queen of Diamonds on the turn, so Gary needs one of these 7 outs. Otherwise, Mo is going to draw out him. It's a huge pot for Mo as well. Would put him up near almost 9 million. And it is the 9 of hearts. Mo makes 2 pair. Gary eliminated. 6th place for Gary. He is going to take home, let me see here, $75,981. Very nice run for Gary, who played some gutsy poker here. Certainly came in with the intention to win, as we see there. You know, not really worried about trying to ladder up one position. Happy to gamble if he thinks he has the best hand, which he did. Mo putting him to the test, and ends up getting lucky there to knock out Gary.
Ooh, I missed one. Sorry about that. So Mo has knocked out Gary.
Yeah, quite an interesting hand there because, as I was saying, if this were earlier in the tournament, Gary had a pretty easy call with the ace deuce, but because Anita is so short, Gary is calling off his tournament life. I think, strictly from an ICM perspective, he's supposed to fold. But if he came in here trying to win a title, which is the way he played all night, then it's a nice opportunity to call and get some chips, but it did not work out for him this time.
Anita moves one step closer to being the leader in the Player of the Festival. Now 5th place money, guaranteed at least 99,654. A couple more double ups here. Should be right back in it. Sheng with ace 8. He's not going to let that opportunity pass. He will raise 400,000. Josh folds, Mo folds, and Ben will not be folding. He has 10s, 2.5 million. It looks like a shove spot, Tony?
Absolutely. Yeah, just 12 big blinds. Ben does need to get in there, so he is going to say all in. I don't believe Sheng will call, but I've been wrong before, so he's going to think this one over.
Yeah, it'd be another 2.2 million. Oof. Does make the call.
I was wrong once again. Sheng does make the call. A little bit of an ambitious call, I would say, up against Benjamin, who we know is not likely to be shoving light with Anita so short. I think Ben is probably jamming a range like, maybe ace queen or ace jack plus, 9s or 8s plus. So, ace 8 doesn't fare great against that range, but Sheng apparently believes he's getting a good enough price to make this call. We'll see if he can get lucky. A 10 right on the door, followed by 2 diamonds. So Sheng the only one with a diamond. If he hits runner diamonds, that's his only way to knock out Benjamin.
Straight?
Yes, that's right. We're runner straight.
Yeah, so deuce of spades. Going to end this pot. Benjamin's going to double up. Back over 5 million in chips. 5.5.
Nice hand, Ben. Pretty good time to hold.
I think that big blind's about to hit Anita. She's down to 4 bigs and going to be forced all in shortly. Gary Lynn taking him 75,981, 99,654 to the next player eliminated. And that is correct. Anita is in the big blind at this time. Anita came in 21st place in the WPT League Coast Quarterly Poker Championship. Sheng checks. So he folds here. Josh does raise to 400,000. Ace 7. Mo's also in there with 8-5 of diamonds. At this point, I think these guys are just trying to call to get the most people in there against Anita to possibly ladder up a little bit. Ben has ace jack of clubs.
Yeah. Ben may decide, you know what, there's some dead money in there. Let's raise it up, maybe even all in. There's 1.3 million in the pot. Yeah, he is going to move all in here. Like that play from Ben. And Anita did fold with half her stack in the middle. Pretty surprising.
Yeah. She wouldn't have liked it at all up against Ace Jack, but
yeah, I think not only should she be calling off because she has so much of her stack invested, but when Ben jams, what ends up happening is she can call off, the other players fold, and now she has this opportunity to like quadruple or quintuple up, even though she'll be roughly a 2-to-1 dog against Ben's hand in his range with the Jack 3. So, she's in a bad spot, whatever she chooses to do. But as weird as it seems, I think she actually should have been pretty stoked to call it off with the Jack 3 offsuit there, especially once Ben made that move.
But now with the new dynamic and big blind ante, she can get that ante right back with this hand, depending on what it is, and she won't have to put any chips in if she gets past the button here. But I don't think she has what she's got to have, 350,000 left. So kind of rough. Mo with threes here. Just limps for 200,000.
That's the first limp we've seen out of Mo. And I think part of it is related to how short Anita is.
Don't folds. Anita, let's go. The Jack 8.
Well, at this point, Anita is basically playing for the possibility somebody gets coolered in the next, 3 hands. But it would take one heck of a cooler for somebody to get stacked when someone at the table has one big blind. I mean, it just kind of creates this dynamic where everyone has to play super passive until her fate is decided. So I do think, her real opportunity was to call it off with Jack 3, getting 4-1 or whatever it was, and having a chance to go from, let me think about this. It was 200 in the middle, and then she had 350 back, and there was, she could have had almost 2 million after that hand.
Wow, that's true. Mo's going to win this hand with the threes. Never put another chip in the pot after the pre-flop raise. Limp, I should say, pre-flop limp. And so she's got just a couple of hands here before she has one big blind.
Yes.
Come on, Anita, let's see it.
Good news is she can win the ante as well. So there's that. And as we see, she has a guaranteed payout of nearly 100,000 Australian dollars.
Pretty close to as a chip in a chair story as you can get if she can make the move here. Oh, look at this. See? Patience pays off here. She has kings. See how this ends up. Sheng's going to just call here. I believe Josh is going to call here.
Pretty nice hands for them to find behind her. None of those two hands likely to draw out on kings.
Pot's 950,000. There is a diamond flush draw on the flop for Josh. The card's a 7.
Sheng could find a queen. Josh could find a diamond. Oddly enough, if Sheng bets and Josh folds, that actually does wonders for Anita's equity. Yeah, Josh does fold, so that's a great result for Anita. Now she's only dodging the queen. Before she was dodging any diamond as well. So we go to a river. Sheng needing a queen to knock out Anita.
Josh thinking, why did you bet here?
Oh my goodness, it is a queen.
Oh.
Wow. Well, it has
Come
been Sheng's
on.
night so far. And that continues here with the queen on the river. He will knock out Anita Savage in 5th place. She takes home $99,654.
Well done, Anita. Great run. And a great festival for her. She has to be top 2, top 3 in the player of the festival. I don't think there's any more events to go, so this is going to be end her festival, but she's happy with the result.
High fives all around from the rail. You love to see it.
Yes, it's amazing.
Yeah. I had a diamond. At 6-7. Oh, did you? You had a 7. When he bet, I'm like, I still have like.
Well, we've reached the $100,000 threshold for these players still in the tournament.
No, he does. He wanted to win.
132,000 Aussie dollars for 4th place. Sheng's running pretty good here. Let's just say that. Still
Things
over
are very
50% of the
much
chips. Yes.
going Sheng's way.
But he's played well too. I think it's not just all luck here. He's definitely played well here. Moving up to 125, 250. 250 big blind ante, down to 4 out of 1,224. Record-breaking field for our prime. Our WPT Prime Championship had over 5,000 entries at the win last year. What an amazing event that was. Won by Stephen Song. The player ended up winning Player of the Year.
Yep, he was given that award the other night. He gave a nice speech.
Yes,
had his
did.
parents along for the ride that night.
Sheng with Queen Jack. Pick up a few more chips here with the raise to 550. All right, so now what's the new strategy, Tony? Anita's out. She was so short. You're sitting in those middling stacks. Now what do you do? If you're going up against Sheng, who's this powerhouse player, what's your thoughts?
Well, you have to find some spots where you can jam over Sheng's light opens. Now, if you're getting intel off of the stream, you know that he opened 10-5 suited under the gun at one point. So he has loosened things up a bunch here. And ideally, you want to find hands that can, reshove over him or 3-bet light and take some pots off of his lighter raises while avoiding calling off if facing an all-in yourself. Josh, of course, our short stack now. Our blinds are up. We're playing 125, 250,000. So Josh with 10 big blinds, certainly going to be all in the not-too-distant future. Mo and Benjamin. I think Benjamin, the most accomplished player at this final table, but Mo has really shown me something, the way he's navigated his stack in some of these ICM scenarios here. And Benjamin doing a nice job of raising a hand that has very little playability in the big blind. If you look at charts of how you're supposed to play these spots, what you find is that the big blind raises a lot of good hands, and then a lot of these really bad hands that, have almost no chance to flop a top pair. Or maybe they have, some chance to flop top pair with like a hanger card, stuff like Queen 3 off and 10-4 off and 8-3 off. These actually do a lot of raising over a small blind limp.
And there he does it with 4 deuce.
Transfer straight to Eddie or not? Transfer it straight to Eddie. Give him Eddie's bank account details.
So Mo playing well so far tonight. He was short and very patient in the early going. Now, having chipped up, getting more loose aggressive. He made that nice jam with the 9-3 suited on Gary. He got called, but then got lucky.
Josh folds King 5. Ace 4 of spades for Mo. Raises it to 500,000. Benjamin folds. Sheng is going to make the call with the ace 3.
Sheng with a hand there up against the second in chip stack that I wouldn't mind seeing him 3-bet as a bluff. You know, you don't want to do it every single time, but I do think these ace rags that unblock a lot of the hands that could raise fold on the button make for nice light 3-bets in these scenarios. So a good opportunity for Sheng to open up his game here and really put a lot of pressure on Mo.
When did you start seeing a lot more of these down bets? I always remember if you were putting in 500,000 pre-flop, you had to make it more than 500,000 on the flop.
Yes.
And now you see a lot more of this down betting. When did that start?
Within the last 5 years.
And what's the reason for that?
Well, partially because people started using solvers and giving the solver a variety of options for what bet sizing to use and getting outputs where the solver says, just bet small, or have a split range of betting small with a bunch of hands and betting big, like 75% pot with a bunch of hands. You're right, Matt, that in the past, the sort of standardized c-betting size was about 50% pot. So if you made it 400,000 pre-flop and your opponent called and there's big blind ante and then a small blind, and there'd be 1.1 million in there, and you'd see people bet between 5 and 600,000 after making it 400K pre-flop. Now, surprisingly, half pot is a somewhat rare size to see someone select on the flop. Usually it's more like a quarter or 1/3 pot, where they bet like 2/3, 3/4 pot. And yeah, as I said, since solvers came into the equation, and I'll stop that rant as we watch Sheng move all in with 10-9 suited here, and Josh with a close one. Another one where I'm sure for chips we're calling, and as the short stack on the final table, you have less ICM pressure on you. The king deuce, not ideal. Like, I think even if you had a middling king, you would have seen him call by now. But king deuce really just doesn't play great, but also you only have like 8 big blinds, and the king is pretty good here. And it's not that likely any of your opponents go out next before you're at risk. And yeah, he does make the call. I think I like that call, Matt, and so he'll be happy to see that he is in front here. But as we can see, it's basically 50-50. These 10-9 suited type hands play very well when they get to see 5 cards, and so far it's been Sheng's night. So Josh, our birthday boy, we'll see if his luck can hold up or if Sheng will continue to run hot.
And here comes the flop. An 8.
Jack, he flopped
queen. Unreal. Wow. There are 2 spades, Josh. Josh has a deuce of spades with a 2-spade flop, but long way to go.
He has 3 with straight as well, but he would need a miracle. I can't believe he even has 7%. It feels like way less than that, doesn't it?
It does, sure does. And they're going to do it.
Well, Josh Foster, it was a mostly lucky birthday. He does take home 6 figures. He's going to get 132,048 Australian dollars for his efforts here tonight. Played a nice and patient final table. Made some good moves, but eventually ran out of luck here and lost this coin flip blind versus blind. Sheng continues to be the man to beat at our now 3-handed final table.
Whew. Running hot. Sheng is running hot. 176 to the next player. Josh Foster with a great event here. And now, see the chip count. Sheng with 21 million, 57% of the chips, 84 bigs. And Mo with 8.9 million. Ben Richardson with 6.825.
Everything coming up Sheng.
Yeah, so this next pay jump is a difference of about 50,000, 60,000 Australian dollars. So the big jumps up top from first to second.
Now Sheng, the 41-year-old, originally from Shanghai, I believe he now resides in the Sydney area.
And you would expect him here to keep putting pressure on these two guys, knowing the big pay jump is coming up next.
Yeah, but at this stack distribution, because there's no longer a clear shorty, yes, he gets to kind of be the table captain and bully them around, but he doesn't get to play quite as aggressive against these two as when there's a fourth player who's really short and they kind of have to wait out that fourth player's fate. I do think Ben has played a really nice, I mean, both Ben and Mo played a really nice final table, but I feel a little more confident that Ben knows exactly what to do in these kind of scenarios. Mo's played really nice so far, and he's been playing poker 10 years, but he's not a full-time poker player. He works in finance. And no surprise, a lot of guys who work in finance but play poker become very sharp players because there are some parallels between those worlds and the concepts that apply to them. So Mo now with ace-jack up against Ben. Oh, look at this. He has run right into it, making the big raise to 900,000 with the ace-jack. And I assume Mo is just going to shove and not get cute here. I don't think he's quite deep enough or with quite strong enough to induce. And if I'm Mo and I get shoved on, ooh, what a tough decision. I don't know if Ben did shove though. I think he 3-bet to a smaller size. An entirely viable option. He went really small. Like, I'm shocked at how small he went. I thought he'd go a little bigger than this if he did this.
So now it's back to Mo.
Yeah, I wonder how Mo is going to react to this. Again, one of these plays that people have a lot of trouble balancing. But Mo with quite a good hand here. He's also going to do the slide his time chips towards the middle move we saw earlier. This is a really close spot for Mo. And maybe the tiny raise will give him that, will give him the alarm bells going off feeling and allow him to get away from this one. Because I don't know how much people really balance this. It's tricky to find the hands that you're supposed to make the play with that aren't really, really strong. And it's probably something like ace 2-0 or king 2-0, something weird like that where you unblock all the raise folds, but have one of the blockers against ace king, aces and kings. Let's see what Mo decides to do here.
If Mo decides to 4-bet here, does Ben just have to jam at that spot?
Oh, what a great fold from Mo. Really, really nice fold from Mo. And I do wonder whether if Ben shoves, he gets the call.
Right.
No, he wasn't quite deep enough to sort of plausibly 3-bet and then ever fold. If he had a few more big blinds, I would have liked the play better. And I still don't mind the option that he chose, and that may actually be the best play there. But I just worry sometimes because so few people know how to balance that play. Sometimes your opponent ends up making a really good snug fold because they are aware that so few people know how to balance that. And I have to think that factored into Mo's thinking.
1,224 entries in this event and down to the final 3 players. We do have another event coming up in Australia. It's an $8,000 championship. It's a championship for Australia. It's also on the main tour of the World Poker Tour. It's nice to see these big events coming back to Australia. Benjamin with Queen 5 here.
Big
Sheng
flop
with
for
10
his
deuce.
Queen 5 of diamonds here.
Sheng does flop bottom pair.
And he's got a couple of backdoor draws to go along with it with that 10 of diamonds. A very relevant card.
Oh, look at this.
Man.
How are you running, Sheng?
Well,
unbelievable.
It's worth pointing out that Ben is savvy enough to know that Sheng has a huge deuce advantage, and I cannot stress enough how much I hate that check from Sheng. I mean, you just got the absolute gin card, and your opponent can totally be limping aces here, not to mention strong draws. You gotta be betting that turn. And look, now Ben has hit the river, and with Sheng having the 10 of diamonds, you worry that he's just going to lose a huge pot, because he's like, look, I blocked queen 10, I blocked the diamond flush, my opponent didn't bet the turn. How likely is it he has diamonds?
Yes. Ben with the absolute nuts here. And he's got to be saying to himself,
Oh, he's going with the overbet.
Why didn't I bet this turn?
In that case, I think Sheng can figure out not to raise here. But don't be surprised if he does end up making a raise. When your opponent does all of the betting for you and you have kind of more of a bluff catcher than the absolute nuts, I think you should just call. Yeah, and he is just going to call. So a nice just call from Sheng, but a missed opportunity to bet his hand on the turn, and a really, really well-sized river bet from Ben. Excellent hand.
That pot could have been much bigger, right, Tony?
Could have been, because if Sheng bets the turn, Ben is very unlikely to fold. And then on the river, it's going to go check, bet, all in. And then Sheng is going to have a really, really tough decision facing the all in when he's holding the 10 of diamonds, which is such a relevant blocker.
Ben doing well to chip up here, even three-handed. And you say he has the most experience at the table, Tony?
Yeah, I think, from what we've seen on Hendon Mob, and just from what we've seen in the play around the table, Ben strikes me as the most seasoned player, the most prepared player.
Sheng calls the 250, and Mo will check his option. Go to the flop here, and it's a deuce. 5-5, both players with a deuce. Sheng now checking, and a check behind. Turn card is a 7. 3 spades on the board. Now the bet from Sheng, 300,000. And the call. River card is a 6.
Oh, still looking good here with his queen deuce. Does go check, check on the river, understandably so.
Sheng's leaking a little bit of oil here. Did have all of those chips, and now Mo and Ben have taken some of them.
Yeah, Sheng bleeding a little bit here. The real misstep was not betting the deuce on the turn, but as we know, that would have ended up costing him money. It's been a fairly quick final table tonight, Matt. About 4 hours into our broadcast now, actually only just 3.5 hours into our broadcast, and have gone from 9 to 3 players. And as we know, the levels are just 30 minutes once we reach heads up. Mo with the ace-8 on the small blind.
Getting news from Lynn Gilmartin that Angel did bust out of the side event, so he will not be the player of the series. So we should have an answer to who the player of the series is. Let's see if we can find that out, and we'll announce that winner tonight. We have Benjamin with the queens on the flop. Mo with ace-8. Deuce on the turn. Ben still with top pair here. Mo leads out and bets 250 with his pair of 8s. And makes the call.
Ben doing a nice job of mixing up his play in the blinds. Just the approach you want to take to most situations in blind versus blind poker because the ranges are so wide.
And that river card is a 7. Benjamin with a check mark in this hand. And let's see if Mo...
He might block here. Just bet really small, and he'll get instantly called. He bet more than I thought he would, and really more than he should. I don't think he can get called by a lot of worse hands betting that size. I think that got a little bit greedy on Mo's behalf. Nicely played hand by Ben, though. Can't imagine his two opponents are too happy to see him continue to chip up.
Yeah, now at 11 million in chips. Not too far behind Sheng, to be honest.
Does feel like the man to beat this evening, strictly from a skill perspective. But Mo playing really well. Sheng played a nice final table.
About 4-3 suited will fold. Ben with the ace-8, same suits of clubs.
Yeah. And while he's going to play fairly passive in the small blind against the chip leader in the big blind, I think this one's good enough that we generally want to make the raise. And Ben seems to agree. And should Sheng defend, Ben will be in really nice shape going to the flop. Sheng going to let that one go. So avoids the dominated situation. Action slowing down a little bit here as these three players not only have more chips relative to the blinds, but also are playing a three-handed poker game for an awful lot of money. Third place taking home $176,000, second $238,000, first place $374,953, including WPT World Championship package,
where they can win millions more. Benjamin wins this pot. I believe he wins this pot. He raised to 500,000. Action is to Mo, who has 7-5 off suit. He will let it go. Benjamin does win the pot. Up to 12.4 million now. Sheng's lost a little bit of his confident swagger, it seems. We'll see.
It is
he can
tough
regain
to
that.
keep up that level of
Steam.
hand making. Yeah, you know, just always finding huge hands, having them hold up over and over.
Still well positioned here. Just have to like slow down a little bit, I guess. 250 bet and called. Mo with the 8-7, Ben with the king 8. Ben flops an 8. 10 and a 5. So we'll check. Ben now bets 250. Mo makes the call. Turn card is another 5. Mo checks. Ben checks. River card's a 5. Will Mo bet? He will not. He checks now, Benjamin.
Great run out for Ben, and certainly a hand I think he wants to bet on the larger side with. And a tricky spot for Mo with the ace high. Having a 7 does block some of Benjamin's missed draws to hands like 7-6, 9-7, Jack-7. But even with just ace high here, it may be quite tempting. And yeah, he pretty much snap called him.
Wow.
I don't really blame Mo for that call. I think that he anticipates Ben mostly betting the turn with a 10 instead of it going check. So it's an 8 or nothing.
So it's a check on the turn that got him paid off on the river then.
In many ways. Yeah, it's just more that it's so hard for Ben to have anything besides an 8 there. So Mo's like, look, if you don't have an 8, I have the best hand.
And what does that put Ben up to in chips here? Near 15 million, right?
Right around 15, yes, sir.
Seven, 4 of clubs. Benjamin. Going to make the call. And 8-7 for Sheng. We'll check. Flop is an 8. Queen and deuce, 1 club. Sheng with a pair of 8s. Benjamin will continue to put pressure on. Bets 250. Sheng will call. Turn card's a 4. So now Ben has caught a pair here. And now he checks. Sheng bets 400,000.
That's a nice bet from Sheng.
Going to get called here from Ben. King on the river. Check, check, and the 4s will get checked and checked out of the pot as Sheng does win the pot, 900,000. Needed that. He hadn't won a pot in a while, three-handed. Three-handed, you need to win some pots. Sheng now up to 18.4 million. Ben with 13.2. Tony, do you believe in momentum?
In a way, I believe it affects your confidence, and it affects how much risk you're willing to take in certain spots. If things are really, really going your way, it can almost feel like, hey, I just got these chips. I'm free rolling a little bit. Like, who cares if I put them in play a little bit and see what happens? All right, now.
Ben had all the momentum until that last hand, so let's see what happens here. As Sheng has sevens. Ben with
Going
ace
for the
5.
bet.
Lets that go. And do you think Ben gets away from this?
I think so. We've seen very little 3-betting from Sheng without really strong hands. So ace 5, especially being second in chips up against the chip leader, you want to avoid those bloated pot situations. And Ben wisely there does let that one go. A nice 3-bet from Sheng, though, showing that, hey, it's not just, ace, king, and kings that he's waiting to 3-bet. He will put it in there with some lighter hands.
So Sheng now back to 19 million. Sheng with 10-5. Yep. 10-5 of clubs. Like I said, got a little bit of mojo back, so now he's betting 600,000. And now Mo with ace 3. Go down to 4.6 million. He was up to 8.9 at one point. Is he back to shoving mode here, Tony?
Yes, he is. Sub 20 big blinds. And this would be a pretty reasonable hand to go for it with. Yeah, I like this jam from Mo. He's going to get away with this one.
Let's go, Mo!
4.7 million. Sheng knows that if he calls this, be just about even in chips with Ben. So
yeah, I think Sheng doing a little posturing on this one. I'm not sure why. He's mostly just played his cards, gone about his business. I don't know what's inspired him to let Mo sweat here and kind of act like he had something. I mean, you're just raising the button. It's not like you have some big image you got to keep up here.
Lay down amongst the hand.
we are on a delayed feed, 30-minute delay. So we are seeing the hands 30 minutes after. Don't see any real big coolers.
Not in a while.
lately.
No.
We did that one earlier, but Mo with ace 8. We put a raise out there to 500,000. Now Ben with ace 9 of clubs.
Ben could look to try and get Mo's stack in here. It's close. He could also call, and I think he is going to call here. Certainly a decent choice.
Sheng gets out of the way here. Go to the flop. Either player hitting a pair on that flop. 1 club, 4 deuce, and the jack of clubs. Ben checks. I was going to bet 325.
And I don't think Ben's going to let him off the hook quite yet, especially with 3 clubs and what is often going to be the best hand, so he will make this call. And an interesting turn card.
Yep. Straight draw and a flush draw. Straight draw for both players. Flush draw for Ben as well. Her card is another club.
Ooh, a nice card for Benjamin to extract some chips. Of course, not only just making the flush, but it specifically being the 8.
Absolutely.
And he goes, oh, he's going for the check raise. Wow. And this should work out beautifully for him. I think Mo easily has a good enough hand to value bet here.
And here it comes.
If I'm in Mo's shoes, about half pot feels right, and that's the number he comes to. And now, as Ben, you can probably just put them all in. I don't think you really want to get cute and do much else. Maybe you just make it like 3 million or something. He just doesn't have that much more behind. So if I'm in Ben's shoes, I think it's going to be a shove.
Can Mo think about calling with this?
I should hope not. I think that if you're going to bet call on this river, not only do you need to have a stronger hand, but if you're going to ever hero this spot, you need to have a club blocker.
Okay. He does go all in.
Beautifully played hand from Ben here. Well played hand from Mo too.
Would be a hero call, right?
It would be a very heroic call.
It will not work out in his favor.
Certainly a decision worth thinking about. I think it would be ambitious to call without the club blocker, or just a better hand, whether that means, some kind of 2 pair, a flush of your own, a straight, although I think he would mostly bet the turn if he had the wheel. I guess he can have 7-6. It's pretty reasonable to check back 7-6 if you had 7-6 suited of some kind. Calling all those hands. But yeah, just a really, really well played hand from Ben, who continues to put on a clinic at this final table.
Up to 14.7 million. 59 big blinds. And Mo down to shoving stage once again. He did that pretty well earlier at this final table, so let's see if he can rebuild once again.
Ben now, the Queen Deuce of Diamonds on the button.
Go with ace jack.
And it's go time.
Ben lets it go.
I didn't. No, I didn't get any chips off you. You got it all. Don't wait me in the kata. I'm skinny.
So Mo, pretty short, but hanging in there. Ben, certainly the one with the momentum now. And ace queen for Ben here. Gonna raise over Mo's limp. We're not sure what he has to go along with this 8 here. But it looks like he's gonna make the call, so I would take a guess towards something like 9-8 of diamonds, 10-8 of diamonds. And a pretty interesting flop if that's the case, as it's king, king, 9, 2 diamonds. 10-8 of diamonds, of course, a lot more likely than 10-9 now. And Ben is going to go with a small bet. And if you're Mo and you do have something like the 10-8 of diamonds, I would guess you mix between check raising and call, but kind of lean towards check raise. And yeah, he's going to check raise all in here. Tricky decision for Ben. You see those eyebrows shoot up. In some ways, it's an easier decision if you don't have the queen of diamonds in your hand, because that blocks a lot of the combo draws that would check jam in Mo's shoes. However, I'm not sure Ben believes that Mo would just check shove a king. You know, he might check raise to 1,000,000 or something like that. And so Ben may end up looking him up here. Plus, he's just very high in his range. So the times he's wrong and he runs into a 9, he still has a decent amount of outs. But yeah, I think without the queen of diamonds, we might see Ben make the hero call there. With the queen of diamonds, I think that's a prudent fold. And a well-played hand from Mo there, even though we don't know his other card. I feel pretty good saying it's probably something in the region of the 10 of diamonds or jack of diamonds.
So Mo picks up a pot here. Much needed.
Just 200 points. Oh.
All right, Mo with 10-9. Raise to 500,000. Benjamin with 5-4 lets it go. Sheng with 8-6. Hasn't played the hand in a little while, so he will play this one. Flop is ace, king, queen. Rainbow flop, Sheng checks. Mo with the straight draw. Does bet. 600,000. Sheng throw that one away. It's 121 for Tony and I believe somewhere around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock for them.
Sheng in the small blind. Makes the call. Mo with the ace king of spades in the big blind.
Raises to $1 million.
Yep.
Sheng with a quick fold here. Mo now up to 7 million.
Sky Limit says, Tony, is Rodgers coming back or not? Referring to Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. And my read on the situation right now is probably not. That's where my money would go. There was a moment in the betting markets, Matt, where the Las Vegas Raiders were big favorites, like minus 400, minus 500 to be the ones to get Rodgers. I didn't quite understand that. But that was what the odds are. I don't think it was a very big betting market. I still think he's probably gonna end up, in one of 3 places: the Jets, the Panthers, or the Raiders. But certainly some chance he re-signs with the Packers. It's a lot of money to come back. They mention that he could retire. So I don't know. I don't really buy that. That's leaving $50-60 million on the table, something crazy like that.
Yeah, and when he sees that Russell Wilson got all that money.
Right.
And he goes, hey, I'm still better than that guy.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Russell Wilson. One of the worst drop-offs I've ever seen.
Yeah. Derek Carr, who's a member of the golf club where I'm at, says that he thinks he's going to the Jets. He's had a couple of trips out there.
Yeah, they seem to have a pretty good connection, Carr and the Jets. I think that would be a nice fit. I still like Derek Carr's game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it was a tough Raiders season. Certainly not a great season from Carr, but not a terrible one either. And it wasn't that long ago. It was only one season before that he had some crazy game at the end of the year against the Chargers and threw for 400 yards to get them into the playoffs.
Yep.
I still think he's got a lot left in the tank, and with the right weapons, he can be a good, efficient quarterback.
He's a good character guy too. So a lot
good
of
character guy.
People like him. He's a very nice guy.
Yes.
Every time I've met him, he's been very nice. Sheng now a 10-9 up against Mo's 7-6 suited. Flop is a 10 and 3, 8-10-3. Sheng's flop top pair. Mo with a straight draw.
Norman Chad in the chat, good to see. He says, sorry, been out celebrating World Series of Poker, winning best trophy at that awards thing the other night. Tony or Matt, please update me where we're at here. 3-handed, originally from 9. Sheng took on the lead up against the player who came in as chip leader, played some very dubious hands against Sheng that he made the most out of. So he has been our chip leader for quite some time, but Ben has kind of stormed into equal running with him. Mo stayed patient in the early goings of this final table. chipped up in a couple of key spots, got lucky in one that he played well, but still needed some luck on his side. But now, getting worked over a little bit by Ben at this final table. Mo, our short stack. Appreciate that. Sky's the limit. I'll say this, I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen to the Packers, but it's shaping up to be a great Bucs season. They look like the favorites out of the East right now.
Yeah.
They have won. They just had a, 15-game winning streak. They finally lost on Saturday. They won again tonight, but they're just doing a great job of closing out games. They're a really deep team. They have top-end talent with Giannis, Drew Holiday, and Chris Middleton. They got shooting. They got bigs. They got wings. They're just a complete team right now. Maybe the best Bucs squad I've seen in about 2 or 3 years. And to me, they're the team to beat in the East. They'll have a good challenge if it is the Suns that comes out of the West. If the Suns can make it through the playoffs healthy, should be a great finals.
Yeah, Sheng's put in a 3-bet here to 1.8 million after Ben made it 500,000, and Ben gets off of that hand. Sheng shows the ace, wins this pot. All I saw was that Giannis had a phony triple-double tonight. I don't know if
He
you saw
did.
that.
He gave himself an extra rebound at the end. I've never seen him do something like that before. It was really funny. I think the whole bench was yelling at him, "You just need one more rebound. So he just threw it off the backboard and caught it in the last 2 seconds or so.
Oh my God. That was funny. All right, so Sheng's got a little bit of his swagger back. Mo seems to be having a great time as well. He's got ace-9 suited here. He'll be raising. Let's see how much. Well, it's just limping. Just limp it to just 250. Ben checks.
Interesting approach from Mo. Maybe going for a limp jam, possibly.
On the flop, 2 hearts, 8-7-3. Mo checks and a check. Turn card 6, 6 of hearts. Mo with the open and straight draw, but the ace high is good enough for what he has. The card's a 6. Mo checks. Wins the pot, ace high.
We got some people in the chat saying it's going to be the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Final. I don't think so. They needed 7 games to get past the Bucks last year with no Chris Middleton and home court advantage this year. Assuming the Bucks are healthy and have home court advantage, which both are looking to be true, they should be a solid favorite in that series. And the Celtics, they're obviously a great team, but they're coming off back-to-back losses against other competitive teams in the East. I don't think they are the team to beat right now. Of course, any Boston fan will tell you otherwise.
Tony, you should be talking about footy here, not basketball.
I don't know anything about footy anymore. I don't know. It's been a long time since. What was the final called? God, what is that game called? I can't even remember. It's been that long. Their version of the Super Bowl.
Something Cup, I think.
Yeah, that sounds right. Is it the Grey Cup?
Well, that's also the CFL. So
okay, sure. I got the CFL mixed up. No, it's not that. Somebody in the chat's going to correct me.
Ben folded 9-8 of hearts.
A little bit surprising.
Yeah, that is a little surprising to me. King 5 of hearts here. And Sheng with a heart as well. Both players check. Mo has become pretty passive of late. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on there. 9 of diamonds.
pretty good board for his hand. It looks like the passive play is going to stop now.
It's 400,000. That'll win the pot.
Now, Mo is short, but staying patient.
Ben with ace queen here, raising to 500,000. Sheng with a queen as well. Possible he has the same hand here. 3-bet to 1.8 million.
Yeah, I wonder, Matt, because we haven't seen him do too much 3-betting. Saw it with the sevens, the ace-king suited. But Ben has pretty much an ideal hand to flat the 3-bet with. I don't think he wants to move in while Mo is short, put his whole stack at risk. He has a hand that plays very well, flatting against 3-bets. So he is going to make this call.
I don't know. It feels like Sheng probably has the same hand here.
Yeah, it could be the same hand.
Wrong.
Could be queens.
Could it be
Well,
king-queen? We're going to find out.
Whatever it is, at best it's tied with Ben, because on the ace 5-4, Ben in nice shape here also has the backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, I think he has ace queen.
Going with a bet of 1.4 million.
I don't usually get these things right that fast, but it seemed like that's what he had pre. So we'll see what happens. There is one diamond on the board, and Ben does have the ace queen of diamonds, so even more reason, right, for Ben to make this call.
Yeah, Ben at this point, it would take one hell of a run out for him to not end up calling down here. Or running hearts or something.
Put a queen up there.
Yeah, that's for them. So we'll probably slow down the action on both of their behalves. Although we may see Sheng check and Ben bets to protect his hand and get value against, something like pocket pair with a heart or ace whatever and a heart. Ben may also elect to check behind. It's pretty close in these scenarios. Again, with ICM, there's a tendency to lean towards passive play. He is going to bet, get a little value, get a little protection, going for 1.8 million. And if Sheng has ace queen, I don't think we'll see him fold, but if he has queens, well, then it would depend, does he have the queen of hearts?
That's true. Did fold, so it doesn't look like he had ace queen.
Yeah, it could be he had a king queen, and he made a light 3-bet pre-flop.
We'll never know. So now you see both players dead even in chips. 15,250,000. BJ Nemeth is there in the background, adding up those chips. It's like we're on a short break.
No, actually, I think this one is going to be a longer break, 30 minutes, a dinner break for these players who have been playing since 16 left. I was equally surprised, Matt. I haven't heard of one of those at a final table in many years. So I believe it may be a while. Stick around. We will be back for the conclusion.
Given Tony Broadway, and he is going to bet 25,000 here into a pot of 35.5.
This is a terrible card for Fabienne. Not only does it give Tony the nut straight, but it gives him 2 pair. I think Fabienne is going to have a tough time getting away from his hand.
All right, there's the real chip leader with 4.5 million. Quick fold by him. And it's around to Daniel, who has a pair of 6s this time.
Back-to-back pairs.
Yeah. It going out.
Kathy Laney with a pair of her own on the button here. She's going to make the call with pocket 5s.
And now
Sean Winter in the big blind with an ace-4.
He's got some money in there already. Yes, he is going to splash. So 6s, 5s versus ace-4. And the flop is at 8-6-4, 3 of a kind for Negreanu.
Negreanu flops a set. Let's see how he wants to play this. He's going to check it. All right. Figures that neither player is likely to have connected on this uncoordinated texture. Wants to give them one more card. Instead, Kathy is going to bet here with her pair and straight draw.
Yeah, Sean gets out of the way, and Daniel's just going to keep playing this slow, trying to rope her in with the call. 9 of spades on the turn. Daniel's going to check again.
Like to see Kathy check behind here. I don't think Daniel is calling with many worse hands on the flop, but it looks like she's going to get herself in some trouble and make another bet. 150,000 from Kathy Laney. So will Daniel continue to slow play, or is he going to let her know that she's in trouble?
Oh, an okie dokie call. He wants it all. Going to the river. Will it pay off for Daniel? He hits it 8, full boat.
And that is a great card for Daniel to check.
Check.
Kathy does not take the bait there, but Daniel checking in hopes that Kathy had an 8 and would make a value bet, and then he could check raise her and get maximum money.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fedor quickly folds his hand. And Keith Tilston now with a pair of queens. Keith from Austin, Texas. The equities trader picking up a beautiful hand, has raised it. A whole bunch of folds behind him. And Kush, ace high, nope. But now Sean Winter, pretty solid ace 10.
Sean in the big blind here, likely to come along, reaching for chips. Makes the call.
Yes, he does. Here we go with the flop. And it is a king deuce. Keith doesn't like to see that when you have queens. Sean has checked.
Very uncoordinated texture here. Gonna be difficult for Keith to get value here. Deuce on the turn, puts 2 pair on the board. Sean will check. Back over to Keith. Does he want to make a value bet now? Looks like he does, to the tune of 65,000. So Sean,
what is it?
Wondering if his ace high with 2 pair can be good here.
Sean's 25 years old, and he's going to gamble with this. Thinks maybe his ace high is good. Going down to the river. Let's see if he gets lucky. Nope, 4 hearts. Nothing spectacular for Sean. He's going to check. And you got to question whether Keith will put in a value bet. Keith has 7 career World Series of Poker cashes.
He's definitely not a novice, even if he is not one of the professional players at this table. And he's reaching for chips right now. Betting 150,000 into this pot.
Yep. Sean Winter, disgusted.
Second time I misread the board. These lights are killing me.
He says that's the second time that he's misread the board and that these lights are killing him.
This board's different than when I called the turn.
It's never different the right way either. You know, it's never different where you figure out, oh, you got 3 of a kind. It's always the worst. You gotta misread a hand when you win. And he's gonna lay that down. No moss. And he is having trouble with his eyes here.
I'm wearing glasses for sure.
A pair of queens you got or something?
Totally misread the board.
The lights are pretty intense at the final table.
Well, we
I
can't
think
play
they
through
still
anyway.
are helpful. You know, gives you a little more liberty at the table. Mike Sexton says you shouldn't even be allowed to wear sunglasses or hoodie or anything like that. He thinks it's really a disadvantage to not have that stuff.
Take the hoodies away from the online players and there's going to be a revolution.
That's right. But you're right, it's trendy at times, and now none of these players on Alpha, except for now Sean Winter, wearing glasses. Interesting.
Fedor Holtz here, our chip leader, opens the action to 70,000 with a King 7 suited. In the big blind, Nick Petrangelo finds a pair of 9s. He will make the call, and we will go to this flop heads up.
And the flop is a 10-8-4, so the 9's looking good at this point.
Yep, good flop for the Nick's 9s. Fedor with just king high and some backdoor draws here. Does he want to try and bet Nick off his hand?
Now, Fedor has had 2 buy-ins here at Alpha 8 for this event, so he's in for 200,000. He's the chip leader, but he's a 22-year-old poker phenomenon with lifetime earnings of $2.2 million. And he is going to take a stab at this. 95,000. Nick not going anywhere, sure. Fedor has to hate that. And a 4 doesn't help Fedor.
And that's a card that's likely to shut down the action here, as it doesn't change anything about the texture. And if Nick has a 10 or perhaps a strong 8, Fedor knows that he's not likely to get him to fold with the board pairing.
So it's been checked to Fedor. Nick yielding to the young guy. Will he make another stab with his king high? What a poker face.
Fedor gonna check behind you.
Yep. River card doesn't help Fedor. It's a queen of clubs, so Nick safe here, but do not want to bet this.
Curious to see whether Fedor tries to bluff at this queen.
If Nick checks, which you think he would. Yes, he does.
Nick does check.
Giving one more opportunity for Fedor to take a stab at this with king high. This guy burst on the poker scene after winning the 2014 Poker Stars World Cup of Online Main Event. He took home $1.3 million in that event.
He checks behind you on this river, so Nick Petrangelo gonna drag a pot with pocket 9s.
Cliff out. Goo not wanting to play, and around to Matt Perry. Ace 5.
What's to start with? I just can't. Is there like an?
Yeah, it's about like 5, 6, 5, 5.
It's always so awkward in that seat. Can't tell what's going on across the table. I don't blame Matt for trying to clarify, but look, I appreciate that he wants to get the stack sizes right. That tells me that he is thinking about those things in his decision making.
Well, he's made it 325 into Gia. Look, oh, Gia has picked up 10s again.
And this is a great opportunity. I like Gia's previous flat with pocket 10s against Matt because of the positions involved, but now blind versus blind, he has an awesome opportunity to 3-bet and get some money in here. He does not. Okay, I don't get it.
The flops at ace 9-5, and now he's wishing he could have pushed him out because Matt Perry hitting aces. And there's the continuation bet, 375.
This is going to get awkward for Gia because you have to start questioning how many bets am I willing to call with the ace overcard out there. And he does have a backdoor flush draw to the 10, but as we know, that would be beaten by Matt's ace of diamonds if it were to come through.
A 9 on the turn.
And that is not the card Matt wanted to see.
Matt's going to check.
Not a bad card for Gia though, and you see him betting both to get value and to protect his hand from, random 3 and 6 outers.
She's starting to think he's in front, perhaps. And he makes a bet of 400. River card is a 6, doesn't help Gia. Matt's gonna check to him again.
Gia checks it back, and so Matt, who had lost the chip lead prior to this hand, is now going to regain it, taking some chips from Gia there. Bit of a missed opportunity.
Now you're Marlon Brando or something? Do you know who Marlon Brando is, by the way?
Of course I know who Marlon Brando is. Come on, Vince, I'll make you an offer you can't refuse.
All right. Oh, boy.
And then I'll start screaming for Stella.
There you go.
57's a bet.
He has an island, by the way. He used to.
Had him.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Let's see some poker here.
Yep. Ankush raised up a king 10 of clubs. He got a call from Daniel Negreanu in the big blind holding pocket 3s, and Ankush here connects by flopping top pair.
That's all you got to do. Makes the game easy. Checked by Daniel Ankush with the continuation bet of 65,000. Daniel's going to stick around.
Yeah, no surprise that Daniel called here. Pretty uncoordinated board. Not bad for his pocket 3s.
9 on the turn. Doesn't change much. And what is Daniel thinking? Look at this. He's going to try to lead out and take this pot away.
This is a strange bet from Daniel. I think he believes Ankush might have a pair of overcards.
He just found out. Probably doesn't. But he could. Down to the river we go. 6 of diamonds. Now there's 3 diamonds out there. Will Daniels continue the fluff and puff show, or will he slow down?
Not a very good card for Daniel to bluff here. It completes the flush draw on the flop, pairs the board. Means it's unlikely that Ankush would fold to a river bet if he has some strong showdown value, as he does here with a 10. So Daniel checks over to Ankush, and now Ankush questioning whether he should make a value bet.
No, he's going to play it safe with a check.
2 pair.
Into.
Ah, I'm dead. You got it. Nice hand.
Good slow down, Daniel.
I was pretending.
This is just gonna crush. It's a $1 buy-in, $1 million guarantee. I can't believe no one's thought about this.
What idiot came up with this? This is a disaster. There's no way we're gonna cover this.
Sign up for free today at WPTglobal.com and use bonus code YT60 and play the $1 for 1 million tournament.
And there is one of the newcomers that we talked about, Drew Patel, just 21 years of age from Portsmouth. He's got ace-queen offsuit and makes it 3,000 to go.
I think it's really good.
And why do some players opt for the min raise of 2,400 and others decide to put 3,000 in there? Is there really even a difference?
You know, there is a small difference. You know, first of all, you give the big blind a worse price to call when you make it a little bit bigger. You also make it more expensive for someone to 3-bet you. But a lot of it is a function of how deep the stacks are. When the stacks start to get a little bit more shallow towards the end of the tournament, you'll start to see more min raises.
Patel has picked up both Esfandiari and Tony G. They'll take the flop 3 ways, and that flop, ace, queen, jack. Patel with aces and queens. He's got the best hand. Tony G's got the Broadway draw. Antonio with just a pair of jacks. Patel bets 4,000. And Antonio quickly lays it down. And now Tony G has raised it to 10,000, making it 6K more to go.
Tony does have some equity. I mean, he has a gut shot straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. I don't like this raise, though, because it just represents so little. I don't think Tony would even raise if he had queen jack or ace jack. Drew Patel is now re-raised to 17,000, putting Tony in a very awkward spot.
And Tony G invests an additional 7,000 with just a naked king high here.
Not to mention he's out of position. He is getting a great price. The raise is very small, but still, Tony out of position without much of a hand.
4 on the turn. Tony G quickly checking over to Drew.
And that 4, not a scare card for Drew Patel. His ace queen still looking very strong here.
And he's going to check it.
Yeah, I don't understand this check at all.
And disaster rolls off on the river. Tony G now with the best hand.
40,000.
This is a huge bet by Tony, and Drew immediately, takes the earphones out and pays attention. He doesn't like this play at all. Now, it's very tempting to now blame Drew Patel for checking the turn and letting Tony G get there.
Cool.
I would have had to bet any river, so it was a good call. We're just unlucky.
Drew very disappointingly pays off Tony and sees his king deuce of hearts.
Kind of floating when you check the turn. It put me under pressure. At least the 10 arrived. I called the 7. He was trying to play around with me a bit.
Back to the featured table. Tony G opened up the pot with Jack 10 offsuit, raising to 5,000. Smooth call on the button with King Queen off for Fabian Quas. And a call from the big blind out of Max with 3-4 suited. The flop, 9 Trey Queen. Little something for everyone. Bottom pair for Max, who checks it over to Tony. Tony's got the open ender. Checks it over to Fabian. And with top pair and a king kicker, Quas is reaching for chips.
Yeah, good flop for Fabian.
He bets 9,000. Max lets it go.
Actually, very interesting fold for Max. He did have a pair on the flop with a backdoor flush draw. I'm surprised that he just let it go there. Maybe it was because he was out of position and still had Tony behind him, who, as we've seen, can kind of play hands in any which way.
Tony has made the call, and the turn card would have given Max a flush draw. Instead, it's heads up. The ace of hearts. Tony checks. Fabian checks behind him. King on the river, however, has given Tony Broadway, and he is going to bet 25,000 here into a pot of 35.5.
This is a terrible card for Fabian. Not only does it give Tony the nut straight, but it gives him 2 pair. I think Fabian is going to have a tough time getting away from his hand at this moment.
Clearly, he isn't comfortable.
If you fold, I'll show you one card, don't worry.
I'm sure that's true.
And you can choose it.
I'm pretty sure you have it this time. I have a pretty strong hand though.
Good instincts from Fabian here. Even though Tony's been bluffing a lot, Fabian still has a feeling that his 2 pairs beat.
I don't know, I'm not sure. I mean, it could be. I don't know, I have a strong hand too. Obviously, I wouldn't bet, right? 2 strong hands fighting.
What kind of hand does he think Tony's got that has King Queen beat?
He's going to put him at least some of the time on the hand that he has, is straight, and then hands like a flop set, ace queen, ace king.
Oh, and Quas makes the call and gets a look at the nuts.
Yeah, Fabian can't be too shocked to see that hand.
This is the big one.
But at the same time, his 2 pair, I think, was just a little too strong to fold, especially against a player as bluff-happy and unpredictable as Tony.
Native European, hailing from Germany, with Queen 10 offsuit. He makes it 5,000 to go. The blinds are at 12 and 2,400. The antes are at 400. It's been folded around to Tony G.
We're 5-handed at our featured table. We have a total of 10 players remaining in the tournament.
Ace 9-7 rainbow between these two. Tony has flopped the gut shot straight draw and checked it over to Fabian, who is betting 6,000 with queen high. Little known fact about Tony, he contributes large portions of his winnings to charity. Tony makes the call.
Tony floating out of position here with a gut shot. A 10 would give him the nuts.
Deuce on the turn, no help, and Tony checks a second time. And Fabian checks back. And the river, Tony gets there.
The worst card possible for Fabian. Gives him a pair of 10s and obviously gives Tony the nut straight.
Yeah, second pair for Quas. And he's going to make the call. Take a look.
Fabian here doesn't beat very much on the river, but Tony's style is kind of so hard to predict that Fabian felt the need to just pay off there with just a pair of 10s.
You got to bet the turn sometimes.
I didn't have anything on the turn.
Under the gun now, Philip Gruesome, who is the short stack with roughly 50,000 in front of him.
It's much easier to play. You should try it. Not looking at your hand.
Over to Tony G with ace 5 offsuit and
friends. I just called them.
He's going to limp in from the small blind.
7.
Fabian says, no, we'll play for more. Makes it 7,000 total.
You don't want to stop, huh?
I think Fabian is probably trying to make it seem like he's getting frustrated with Tony, But Queen 8 of Diamonds is actually a pretty good hand. He's in position here, and I think he thinks that he has a real post-flop advantage on Tony, so he wants to build a pot with a hand that he can just outplay Tony in position.
I'd be embarrassed if I just give up like that, you know, limp in and then what? I have to do something now.
Do something?
I'm committed. I'm committed to the pot. All right, I just call. Just keep it friendly.
How do you feel about Tony defending with the ace-5 offsuit?
You know, when it's just blind versus blind, you have an ace. It's a very strong hand. Tony could have raised it up himself. I don't mind, you know, limping in and then calling a raise, but it's a fine play overall.
Flop is 6, 8, 9. Tony has the bad end of a gut shot draw.
With ace high, I can't see Tony releasing his hand on the flop.
Pair of eights for Fabienne.
Looks like he's going to bet for value here, and he flops a pair.
8,000 is the number. Back to Tony. He'll call the 8,000. Turn card is a 10. 4 to a straight out there. Tony checks it.
It's a bad card for both players, but when Fabienne checks, that might open the door for Tony to take a shot on the river.
Amazing river.
Yang seems a little entertained by the fact that the board now reads a straight.
Yeah, this is a really interesting card. Tony checking out of position. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't take a shot. Instead, he's checked it and allowed Fabienne to take a shot.
I know, I don't know why. I have a bad feeling.
Now Tony doesn't look like he's considering a raise, knowing that the best possible outcome is chopping the pot. Fabienne's bet is so big that I don't think mathematically this is a really reasonable option. I think you just have to let it go.
Stupid fold. Okay, I'll do it.
Tony seems to agree, and talk me through that. Betting 25,000 is designed to cause Tony to evaluate the hand as it's not worth it. What are the numbers? Fold it around to Philip Gruesome, and he's got pocket eights.
Philip is starting this hand with just over 50 big blinds.
He makes it 9,000 to go. And it's pocket queens for Tony G.
This is especially dangerous for Philip because Tony is such a unpredictable and aggressive player. Philip's going to put him on a wider range than he would some other players.
Tony has made it 22,000 total. Gruesome calls.
And Philip at least has position here.
Is that too much of a commitment to make pre-flop by just calling rather than either folding or pushing all in?
No, I think Philip with 50 big blinds, he can definitely afford to call and see a flop.
And the flop. 2 4s and a 10. Couple of diamonds.
Both players are going to feel relatively comfortable. For some reason, Tony decides to check his pocket queens out of position. Maybe he's trying to deceive Philip or at least get Philip to take a shot at the pot.
And Gruesome doesn't take a shot at the flop. Now the turn, a very dry-looking deuce of spades.
That's also a little surprising. I think with a pocket pair, I would probably bet if I was checked to. Maybe Philip was suspicious of Tony's check on such a dry board.
And Tony bets 30,000 and Philip makes the call.
Tony deciding now to try to build a pot with his overpair.
And here comes the river. Oh, it's an 8.
Wow, that is an incredible card.
2 outer for Gruesome. He's now got a full house.
And Tony shockingly checks the river with an overpair. I don't know if Tony picked up something on Philip or he's just decided to play this hand passively. Can't imagine he would be check raising. It's a really strange and interesting line from Tony G. And since Philip got incredibly lucky on the river, I think this is going to end up saving him a lot of chips. Philip is probably pretty confused about the line that Tony's taken. 3-betting, then checking the flop, betting the turn, and then checking this river.
Full house.
He bets 55,000 and gets called, and Tony doesn't appear to like it.
Oh, queens, well done.
It looks like Tony played this hand like a genius since he lost so few chips, but I'm not sure if he played it the most profitable way he could have.
Oh, Phil, I'm glad I caught you. I don't know what you're getting into this weekend, but I'm hosting my monthly poker game. Yeah, the stakes, you know, they're a little smaller, but with straddles and bomb pots, I mean, it can play pretty big. I mean, put it this way, Phil, I've seen the pot reach $100, and my wife is making her nacho dip, so it's pretty good.
Hold, please.
Did you say nachos?
Sign up for free today at WPTGlobal.com and use bonus code YT60 and play the $1 for 1 million tournament.
Then let's go to that Zynga Poker WPT cash game board. Ben Lamb is winning the most at this moment, 37,000.
Ben Lamb so far showing that he's great at cultivating an image of giving action and splashing around in pots, but then once he gets post-flop, he's actually playing really well and making thoughtful decisions. So you see why Ben has established himself as the go-to high-stakes pro that somehow gets access to games.
James Calderaro, great WPT champion. He's down the most. He's down about 33,000. The blinds are 1 and 2, and they're playing with a straddle.
Small out of those, 45.
This has been raised by Caldo.
And you steam like me too.
Yeah.
And re-raised now by Kristen Bicknell. She has ace-9 of diamonds.
That may or not be true.
I like this 3-bet from Kristen. She's got a strong hand, she's in position, and she knows Caldo is raising way too many hands.
I don't believe she's steaming.
Good call from Randall, too, and Caldo pretty loose with the overcall, but he is suited, so here we go.
Flop is a jack-jack, ace, 2 hearts. Kristen hits aces. Caldo, of course, with the 4 flush.
Nice check from Kristen there. Randy checks behind, looking for a 10.
4 on the turn.
I like that check from Caldo. I don't think you get better hands to fold when you bluff, and there's always the possibility that you make your flush and run into a full house on a paired board. I think with a smaller flush draw he could bet, but the king-high one makes a good check.
Well, she's going to come out and bet. She's a Canadian tough player. Caldo from South Florida, WPT champion, 3 times at a final table on the World Poker Tour. He's going to check raise it.
I don't know about this.
He's trying to say, I have a jack. I don't believe you have an ace, maybe. Try to muscle her out, but we know better. She has an ace and a pretty good kicker.
Yeah, it's quite a small raise. I think if you're going to check raise bluff your hand, you either don't want to do it on a paired board or you want to do it when you have way more outs. Like maybe a straight draw to go with your flush draw. And he's also gone so small that Kristen is going to continue with all her aces here, which she would definitely play like this a lot.
She's made this call. Will Caldo catch his flush here? No, it's a deuce. And he's going to give up with a check.
You check?
Check, check.
Pair of deuces.
Wow. Caldo is just not running good here tonight.
Good in.
Another nice hand from Kristen Bicknell. She's mostly thought of as a tournament poker player, but really showing that she belongs at any poker table tonight. And just a call.
Okay, he's going to disguise the strength of his hand with just a call with the kings and hope an ace doesn't appear. But of course an ace appears.
Ace always gets there.
That's why I always play with aces.
And we are about to rejoin our 3-handed final table here at the Star Gold Coast. As we can see, Ben and Sheng, 51 blinds, well out in front of Mo Haidary with 21 blinds. We are playing 150,000, 300,000 with a 300K big blind ante.
They're just about even in chips up top. And Sheng and Ben battling it out here with Mo in the middle, doing quite well also. I think the play is very good at this stage. Would you agree with that, Tony?
Yeah, these three have all played very nice final tables so far. Sheng was the man with the momentum early in the final table, but I think recently Ben has usurped him. And Mo has stayed patient. You know, he has not really had the best hand at Showdown too often here tonight. Done a good job of minimizing his losses. So we'll see whether he can put some hands together and go on a run here.
Sheng with king 3 of diamonds. Raise this to 600,000. Mo, the playable hand here, king jack of clubs.
I do think I was going to say, I think Mo has a pretty clear shove here, so I'm surprised to see him call. He's been quite good about finding these reshove spots. We saw him do so with the Queen Jack suited earlier on. I think this King Jack suited, a pretty clear shove pre-flop as well, so I'm surprised to see him just call and go to a flop. It is ace-10-7 on the flop.
Well, with the backdoor flush draw and a straight draw. Also, the best hand with the King Jack. Sheng is leading the spot with the 600K bet here. Call from Mo. Now the 9 on the turn.
Does give Mo what he may believe are additional outs. We know he has the best hand as it goes check. River is an 8, so Mo will make a straight with the King Jack suited. But very difficult to get paid off. Nice check here. Trying to induce a bet from Sheng, maybe sensing that, well, I don't think he has an ace, or he would mostly bet the turn. He might just have an air ball here. Could, of course, have a 6. And Sheng, looking like he may take the bait here. I think he has a pretty reasonable hand to turn into a bluff. He bets 2 million. So Sheng will go for it. We talked about, well, will Mo put some hands together here? He's done so with this King Jack suited. I imagine he's going to make the call. He might move all in, but I kind of suspect he's just going to call instead, facing decent sized bet. Maybe I'm wrong.
And we're going to have a new chip leader here. Benjamin will be the chip leader after this hand.
And yeah, I have to think this time banking is really just a question of call or shove.
But why would he time bank if he was just going to call?
Because he's deciding between the two.
Okay.
Is what I mean.
Oh, okay.
And of course, Sheng with no decision there. So Mo will take that one down. Picks up a few million in that pot, brings himself up to 10. Mo Haidary up over 10 million now.
And that brings Sheng down to 12 million, so. Things are balancing out here.
Mo has stayed patient all night. Ben with the ace-3. Limps in the small blind. Sheng with 9-8 suited. Has a hand that I think mostly likes to play as a check, but can do some raising as well. And it does look like he wants to raise it here.
He does. Raise it to 900,000. And our new chip leader is going to make the call.
And we see
There's
those
new
salmon chips.
Looks like 500K chips. Flop is queen 6 deuce. 1 diamond. Sheng has the 9-8 of diamonds. Benjamin's going to check the ace 3. Sheng will continue here, bet 600,000. Turn card is another diamond. 6 of diamonds. Sheng now with a flush draw. The ace high is still in the lead for Ben. 66% favorite. Benjamin will bet 1.1 million. Sure, Sheng would have liked to have seen a free card there.
Yes, he would have. Still an intriguing price. And he will make the call.
Sheng loses his pot. He is then third in chips after leading most of the night, but it is a diamond.
There it is.
What a comeback here. Benjamin's first. He checks.
Looks like he will not be losing any more chips in this pot.
What size bet do you like here?
Large for sure. There's a possibility you could get called by a queen or a 6. I think a 6 mostly bets. But yeah, certainly a larger size bet in this pot of 5.5. Yeah, he bets 5, and that's plenty.
Yeah.
So Sheng picks up a nice pot there. We talked about his momentum cooling off a little bit.
This is a great event. I don't know if you saw the pictures of the venue itself. Just looked amazing, the job that they did for the WPT Prime event here at the Gold Coast. And looked like great fields throughout the festival. Very nice to see.
Poker in a good place across the globe.
Absolutely.
Sheng now, it's a pair of 4s. Blind versus blind. It's going to limp in. For the Mo. With the Jack 3 of clubs.
He just checks his option and we'll see the flop. It is a 3, king and deuce. 1 club mode with a pair of 3s now. Sheng in the lead with a pair of 4s. He's going to bet it. 450. Mo makes the call. Turn card is a king.
Good card for both players.
Sheng checks. Oh, checks. Card is an 8. Sheng bets 800,000.
It's a nice bet, and I think it's going to get paid. Mo does make this call. Understandably so. Back to pack pots for Sheng there.
Chip counts coming up shortly. $374,000 Aussie dollars, which includes the prime championship seat. So Sheng folds 8 deuce, excuse me. Mo with ace queen.
Pretty surprised he's just calling here on this stack size. And look at this. Ben right behind with ace queen of his own. We could see some fireworks here pre-flop. Mo, for a guy who works in finance and isn't a professional poker player, showing some really nice ICM chops here tonight. But I do think he has a hand that generally wants to play as a limp re-raise at this stack depth if he does limp in. He's going to go for it.
$2.9 million.
Not a fun spot for Ben, but I think he will go for this. It's an all-in and a call.
Oh. Ace queen versus ace queen.
So Ben having a little extra equity there with the 2 diamonds, looking to make a flush. As people like to joke, Mo has the chance to make twice as many flushes.
Yeah. We've all seen it happen, right, Tony?
We have, yes.
Deck is securely in the shoe. The way they deal here in Australia. And two diamonds.
Not a good feeling for Mo.
I'm smiling, but
Ten of hearts. Diamond and only a diamond will eliminate Mo. And it is the Queen of Hearts. Wow. It was all red the whole way, but he managed to dodge it.
It's never easy, as they say. Never easy.
So Mo's still hanging around 8.5 million.
Raises with the 9-5 suited. Benjamin with king 6. Folds. Sheng makes a call with jack deuce.
A little bit of a thin defend from Sheng here, but perhaps in the mood to see some flops. And this one looking good for him.
Pair
so
over
far.
pair here. Ooh, another jack there.
Another jack, but another spade as well. So this hand becomes more interesting. Mo will continue the betting for 1.3 million. How does Sheng want to play his trips?
This is interesting. He is going for a raise here. Just raise it to 3 million.
And tricky spot for Mo. Sheng giving him this nice price, but also Mo may recognize that he's just drawing to the flush. The 9, no likely an out. Sometimes when you have a hand with a ton of equity, it's just very difficult to get away when you're getting a good price. Yeah, but he does get out of the way there, so the check raise from Sheng prevents Mo from realizing his equity and knocks him down to about 20 big blinds.
Caught his sister, trips.
Action with Ben now. Looking at it, ace 10 on the button. And going up to 600. Mo with Jack 10 in the big blind. Likely to see 3. These two sharing outs and suits. Six, 6, 7 on the flop. Not much hope to either player. Does go check, check on the flop, as these paired boards often do. Queen of spades on the turn. Doesn't change very much, and so we will see 2 more checks. And 8 on the river may connect the board in the way that Mo is tempted to bluff. It's hard for him to have a lower hand here than Jack 10. I mean, there's of course some that he can have, but it connects pretty well with this board and blocks some of the stuff that Mo could have. So Mo with just the ace high and a decision to make. It's pretty easy, Ben with the ace high and the decision to make. It's pretty easy for Mo to have a queen, an 8, or even really a 7 with this value bet. I think the times that Mo has something like 8-9, 8-10, and he's going to make this call. It's a nice call from Ben. And Mo gets his hand caught in the cookie jar there by the savvy Ben. Checked that one down and then called off on the river.
So in a pot like that, Tony, the story doesn't make sense to a guy like Ben. That's why he's making that call.
No, it may even just be that he knows he's near the top of his range for hands that have checked down, and that he needs to call some percent of the time. Like earlier on, I discussed how sometimes you get into spots on the river where you think, all right, I'm probably supposed to call some percent of the time here. And instead of deciding by feel that I'll call this time and fold next time, I'm just going to decide I think this hand, or I think this type of hand should call half the time. So I'm going to close my eyes, I'm going to look at the clock, and if I draw a bottom 5 number, then I'm going to call this time. It could just be that he believes ace-10 is a good enough hand to make that call. I'm not exactly sure. Those are tricky spots. Those are one of the tougher kind of spots in poker where it gets checked down. Big blind bets. Again, the big blind can have any number of things there. An 8, a queen, a 7. A 6 is about the only thing you can't have. Mo here and a small blind with king queen on his last 13 blinds. He's just going to rip it in. And Ben with the ace-7 of diamonds, likely to call him. He does make this call, so he's got Mo all in. Ben is in front. We've been saying during the broadcast, Ben, the one with the largest tournament cash and the most experience at this final table, he has played like it so far. Mo, a professional in the finance field, has played a great final table, but his time with us may be running out if he doesn't improve. Go to a flop.
7, a pair for Ben. 1 diamond as well. Mo needing a king or a queen. It's a 9 on the turn. The river card is a deuce. That's it for Mo. Mo Haidary has finished in 3rd place. He will take home $176,753, and we are now heads up. 2nd place, $238,978. 1st place, $374,953. Plus that seat to the WPT World Championship.
Well, great final table from Mo. He was very short in the beginning, played really patient, thoughtful poker. Chipped up. I talked earlier about how often the guy who finishes 3rd is the 2nd happiest person in the tournament, and I think that's likely to be true for Mo tonight. And he never really got that chipped up in the 3-handed game. I'm sure his expectations were fairly low coming into the final table, so to finish 3rd, take home $176,000 must feel pretty good. We are going to have a short break leading into Heads Up. We will be back for the conclusion of our Gold Coast WPT Prime final table in just a few short minutes.
Back to Raymond Dolan's hand. This time he's going to squeeze a 10-7, elects to fold, and now the Hungarian beach boy, Andres with a king 10. Wow.
Another guy that's a very aggressive player. And he's going to fire it up here. Makes it 180,000 to go. The work wings his cards back into the muck.
And now Mr. Wing with a Jack-9.
Does he know that you're allowed to fold? You know?
He's impressive.
He has just come to play.
No, he doesn't know that concept. He's called it. Let's see if he gets lucky. Flop is 9-7-4, all hearts. Tree Wing with the 9s. Tree checked it. And now Andres with nothing hitting there. He's going to make the continuation bet, 285.
Well, Vince Tree's got the kind of hand that most people are just going to check raise right here with his hand. You've got top pair and a flush draw.
But no, he's just going to call it.
And now the deuce of hearts comes off. So he has the best hand with the flush. Has his opponent drawing dead, but I'm sure he doesn't know that. See what he's going to do here with the jack high flush. He's going to check.
Now the Hungarian gets none of that, but he's riffling chips. Does he dare?
Well, the ever aggressive Hungarian looks like he's going to fire again, Vince. Well, he's fired shell number 2 here. Bluffing this pot, 480,000 this time.
Just hoping against hope that Wing has no heart and will disappear into the night.
Now you might be saying, well, there's only 3 cards can beat him, the ace, king, or queen of hearts, but if you're sitting there with a jack high flush, you're saying, what else could this guy be betting but a big heart?
480. 480.
He's either bluffing or he's got me dead.
He's making this call.
Well, what a great call by Tree here. Just reading Andres as a bluffer. And now the queen of diamonds comes off. So nothing has changed. Tree has the best hand with the jack high flush, but let's see what's going to happen on this street.
And Tree is going to check again. And say it ain't so.
Unbelievable.
He's going to load up again.
The European is going for another load of chips, it looks like. He's going to fire a 3rd shell at this pot on a bluff. Forget the shell, it's artillery here, over $1 million bet.
This incredible heart by Andres, the Hungarian. But this is not an easy call by Tree. What will he do?
Very tough call to make, Vince. More than half the chips he's got left.
Call.
And he is going to make the call.
He's gonna do it.
Well, Andres had just folded his hand as soon as he said call. Talk about Hart making the bet. What about Hart making the call with the jack high flush?
I don't have to show, right? Tree says, do I have to show mine?
The guy mucked his cards. The answer is no.
But that is the call of the night. So well done by Tree Wing.
Play online poker for real cash and prizes at WPT Global. Sign up for free today and get a free entry into a $100,000 guaranteed tournament.
Not so sure he's upset about it anymore.
All right, back to the felt we go. Andrew Roble, a quick fold, and now Antonio Esfandiari with just 8-4. He's going to raise. Makes it 325,000 to go.
Well, Vanessa looking him up with a king 7 here, just not buying it that he's got a hand.
We're going to see the first 3. Here they are. And it's a queen jack 10. Big open-ended for Vanessa. Antonio.
Quickly reaching for chips. Now betting 470,000. And without hesitation, Vanessa calls him with the open-end straight draw.
Yeah, she doesn't believe him. And here comes the turn.
Well, now a king comes off. So Vanessa now has 2 kings, but you're fearful your opponent's got a straight here, Vince. King, queen, jack 10 on the board.
And look at this. Antonio is going to bet nevertheless with absolute poppycock.
Well, Vince, the only way you could possibly call him here was to think he had absolutely nothing, just like he does have. And Vanessa has made this call.
Oh, that's a brilliant read by Vanessa.
Unbelievable what a call this is. Now a 7 comes off. She's now made 2 pair.
Doesn't help Antonio. Can he possibly fire 3 times?
Come on.
Whoa! Not just fire, he's gone all in.
Unbelievable bet. Now, Vince, I'm sure because she didn't raise on the turn, he's not putting her on an ace. She might have a 9, but she is staring him down. Vinci just senses he's at it, as we say, that he's just making a move here, which indeed he is. But folks, to pull the trigger for all your money with no hand in this spot, that takes a lot of heart. Antonio's got that.
Well, you're right. Vanessa was on him.
You did say that you were going to bluff me on television. Remember that yesterday? You said, I'm going to bluff you on television.
Well, that is good info because that's exactly what's going on here. He's trying to make the biggest deal of the year on the WPT.
Well, Vince, because he said that yesterday, she suspects this is the time that he...
Looks like we're coming back heads up. 2 of 1224. WPT Prime Gold Coast 2023. Said, what a venue, Tony. It's I'd like to go see that place sometime.
You just gotta muscle through the flight.
It's not bad. It's worth it.
Near even heading into this heads-up match. Both players about 60 blinds deep. A nearly $150,000 difference in payouts. About 140.
They're giving him a nice round of applause for getting this far. Oh, here's a good hand to start the heads up. Jack 10 suited versus Ace King for Benjamin.
Well, 60 big blind poker heads up is not exactly my expertise, Matt. My guess is that you mostly call Jack 10 suited, but do mix in some 3-bets. And Sheng, gonna go with the 3-bet here, which I imagine will be met with a 4-bet. Now, I'm not sure whether Ben wants to use small 4-bets here with a hand like Ace King, or if he's just gonna go all in, but we shall find out. He's gonna think this one over. Yeah, it looks like he's gonna go with the small 4-bet up to 6.8 million. Put in about a third of effective stacks. From what I've seen from Sheng so far, I would expect him to get away from his hand here. Did he say all in?
What?
Oh, he
No.
said call. My goodness.
Call. Did look like he
Wow.
said all in.
So
Needing
our
it.
first hand of heads up has 14 million in the middle with just 11 more to play. Whoever wins this pot will surge into the chip lead and have a 2.5 to 1 advantage at least. Quite possible that our tournament finishes on this hand, but certainly a climactic one. Let's go to the flop, Matt Savage. It is 8-6-6, 2 clubs and a diamond. Not much for the Jack 10 of diamonds of Sheng here. Ben bet small, like 3.5 million, or will he just move it all in? Oh, he's just gonna check. Interesting.
5 on the turn. Do you think Sheng here makes some kind of move?
It's a tough board to represent. Yeah, what are you
Yeah.
trying to say? That you call the 4-bet with 8-7 suited?
Like a pair of tens?
I think the 10s would find the jam pre-flop. I don't know. It's a really, I mean, look, again, 60 big blind heads up poker, not my expertise at all. My feeling is that Sheng almost certainly should have folded pre-flop. My goodness, he rivers the jack though. Wow. I'm fairly surprised that Ben didn't just bet the flop and just kind of get the money in and shrug it off. I thought that's what he would do for sure, and just, assume that Sheng doesn't have that many pairs, but maybe he thinks he just has a lot of like pocket nines or something and isn't quite sure what to do pre-flop. I don't know.
5 million?
Sheng bets 5 million. Not a fun spot for Ben now. Yeah, I'm really surprised with, only about 80% pot to play. Ben didn't just bet the flop, and if he got jammed on, you don't love it, but you just kind of shrug it off and call at that point. Oof, what a tough spot. Ben deep in the tank. He's getting nearly 4-1 on this call. Going to use most of his time bank chips and get the necessary seconds to think this over. A little bit tough to find many hands that Sheng could be bluffing with. You're just saying, well, could he have maybe a King 10 suited? And I think that Ben is going to let this go. Yes, he is. And so Sheng, calling the 4-bet with Jack 10 suited, was fortunate that he got to see a free river. Now surging into the lead with 25.7 million. And I am very surprised that that hand was checked down to the river. So Sheng, one hand into heads up, makes it a nearly 3-1 advantage. So now it is 25 million to 10 million. It's going to go up to 900,000 with the King 8 of clubs. Then we'll let that one go up against the large raise. He counts his riches. Ace 4 versus Ace 9 now. Potential for fireworks here. Ben, gonna start with the raise up to 600. How does Sheng want to play his Ace 9? Certainly, you know, an all-in not out of the question. It does seem like a little bit too much to put in here, but again, you know, 30 big blind poker, not really my expertise at heads up. So he does make the call, and on this ace high board, both players making top pair. Sheng, of course, well out in front. Ben makes the bet. And if I'm Sheng, I may just check raise straight away. I mean, if you have ace 10 or ace jack plus, you're probably 3-betting pre-flop, so you're really near the top of your range here. Sheng just gonna call, though. Does have the 9 of spades, give him some protection against a potential spade draw. 7 of diamonds on the turn, puts a variety of draws on the board now.
Ben has to like his hand here, right?
Yeah, if I'm Ben, I just continue betting. You know, I want to charge 10s. I want to charge draws. And he's going to bet 3 million. That is a surprising size. I thought he was going to bet in the area of like 1.8. But it is the overbet from Ben. Perhaps firmly believing that Sheng must have some kind of combo draw. And Sheng cut out those salmon 500,000 chips and make the call. So we go to a river, Ben needing a 4 and only a 4, although there are outs to chops here in the form of a deuce or a 7. It is an 8 though, and so Sheng does have the best hand in the river, and essentially all the important draws have missed. One more check from Sheng, and it does go check on the river, so he's going to win this one. You do wonder, had he check raised the flop, would he have gotten it all? But another big pot slides the way of Sheng. And that will knock Ben down to 20 big blinds. A pretty bad start to this heads-up match for him. Just a few hands in, he's already lost 2 huge pots. And he's going for the one-handed facepalm.
I know what that feels like.
Oh, it's a frustrating game sometimes, Matt. But certainly not over for Ben here. But it can feel that way when you start a heads-up match 60 blinds deep, 50-50, and within 3 hands, all of a sudden you got 20 blinds left.
Sheng with the dominating hand once again with the king 3. Calls for 300,000. Raises to 1.2 million.
He's going to isolate this limp here. And Sheng will let that one go.
Good raise by Ben. Losing a couple big pots. Might be a little more gun shy there, but not Ben. He's ready. $30 million in chips, 100 big blinds.
Sheng now with the queen 8.
Ben calls it and Sheng checks. Sheng pairs his 8s. There are 2 clubs, however. Ben has 9-5 of clubs. Ben's going to bet 300,000. Quick call, a jack on the turn. Sheng checks.
$1.5.
1.5, he says, and it is 1.5. Sheng has moved all in for 29 million.
What in the wow?
Wow.
And he shows it to him. Says, I got one on you. And that's, that's really a surprising and impressive play from Sheng, who thus far tonight has mostly taken, a snug, value-oriented strategy to the final table. We haven't seen him run a lot of big dramatic bluffs or anything like that. But that one, in this moment, when Ben could be a little bit tilted and willing to call off lighter, Sheng pulls off a beautiful one. And shows him just to rub a little salt in the wound to Ben, who's down to 15 big blinds now. Hoping that something can go his way before he runs out of chips.
Sheng 6 deuce of diamonds. Makes the call. And the check from Ben. Sheng with the straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Ben with jack high. But the best hand, Sheng bets 400,000. That'll get the job done.
Hang in there. Hang in.
Sheng got his chip lead at this final table. Stacking Andreas, who was our chip leader for the beginning of the final table and certainly the first few orbits, but then played some huge pots. And now we'll limp the button with the King 7 of diamonds. If I'm Sheng, this might actually be one of the hands that I use as kind of a bluff jam, as it were. These like King 2-0, King 3-0, Ace 2-0 kind of hands actually play pretty well. Again, I'm not a heads-up expert, Matt. It's probably the weakest part of my poker game. I don't know, maybe really deep stack. No anti-poker. That's pretty bad too. Does a good check on the flop. Ace on the turn. Now chop this pot up if it goes check down to the river, and certainly with the 9. Now it's just aces, 9s with the king. It's going to be a little bet from Sheng, and I imagine a call from Ben, and we will chop it up. Yes, we will.
Chop it up. Ben down to 14 bigs here. Many players would lose hope when they get in this position, but I don't think Ben has lost hope.
And now with the big ace king. You might get a raise out of Sheng, but that'd be about it. Sheng's still going with these 3x raises on the button, which strikes me as excessive.
Ben's going to shove here, it looks like. Yes. There it is, 3.850.
Yeah, and the outcome is that Sheng just loses 300,000 more than he has to here. Going up to 6 will get essentially the same result.
Sheng does get rid of it. These players started at noon today with 16. And now 10 p.m. I believe.
Sheng now the one with the ace king. Ben the one with the 10-3-0. And yeah, Ben also doing a nice job of mixing in limps here. In big blind anti heads up poker, there's actually a ton of limping because of the nice price that you're being offered, and Ben recognizes that a little more than Sheng at this time. I think Sheng probably a little more used to 6 max or full ring poker. And some of his sizing, especially going to 3x on the button, reflects that, and a lack of familiarity with heads-up poker.
How does one get better at playing heads-up poker?
Well, it used to be you played a lot of heads-up sit-and-goes. However, those are where even heads-up cash. Both those things, to my knowledge, have dried up so much that it can be tough to find a game for any meaningful stakes. At this point, I imagine you'd probably have to use some kind of, solver-created simulator. There are various programs where you can simulate different situations in poker and run a whole bunch of hands. The game of No Limit Hold'em is not completely dead heads up, but I'm the wrong guy to ask, though, man. I've never taken those steps. Sheng now the one calling with the King 7 of diamonds. Ben gonna move all in here with the King Jack. Sheng, he may think about this one. It's a fairly close decision. I do think it would be a little too much to call off, but we've seen there's a willingness to gamble with Sheng. He called ace-8 against Ben earlier when he had pocket tens in a spot that was a little too light. I also think sometimes a guy gets a big chip lead in a heads-up match, and he just thinks, I just want to finish this guy off.
Yeah.
If I have to call a little bit light and I have a chance of ending the tournament against this good player, let's just end it.
I think he's going to call here.
It's heads up. I don't think it would be a particularly bad call or anything.
Okay. But I was wrong. And wins the pot. He'll be happy to see he didn't call there.
Yes, absolutely.
Are we changing the game to all in or fold? Good idea. I agree. Okay, all in or fold? All in.
All in.
Yes.
This time Sheng, the King Jack all in himself. Does take that one down. And then again, back-to-back hands with the King Jack. Pair of queens for Sheng now up against the queen 3 suited of Ben. And it's my hope that he doesn't just shove.
1 minute.
1 million? 1 million.
One thing that worries me is he just acts very, very quick sometimes when he knows exactly what to do. It can convey a lot of strength. I also think he's gone a little too big here. But Ben is seemingly going to make this call. But again, I'm kind of nitpicking on the sizing. Sizing's not some big mistake or anything. He's just kind of, he's going over 3x for a guy who only has 14. Either way, a sublime scenario for Sheng. And I think the money's going to get in here. You know, he does check. I mean, Ben could actually check back here. It's pretty reasonable. Yeah, and he does check back. 7 of diamonds on the turn. Now, if you're Sheng, you got to believe it's just so likely your opponent doesn't have an ace. I hate to be rude. I really don't like how he's playing this hand. And there is the spade on the river, and it's the 4 to a straight, and so he's just kind of missed an opportunity to get all the money in good here. But the thing is, Ben is going to have extremely few aces pre-flop that just play as a limp call, and certainly even fewer that play as a limp call and then check back the flop and get to the turn without betting. I think, and now he's betting the river. I mean, I'm sorry. This is the one hand tonight that I think Sheng has really botched pretty much every step of the way except for pre-flop. This river bet, absolutely, ambitious now on the 4 straight and the 3 flush. When he could have easily just bet the flop and called it off. Or bet the turn quite confidently, knowing that it's almost impossible his opponent has an ace. So yeah, just a real head scratcher of a hand from Sheng, who's been in a groove lately.
And he cannot call this.
That would be the worst decision of the hand by far.
Right.
There's just so much value that he loses to. Spades, a 9, 4, even 2 pair combos. Yeah, this, Sheng just getting, Sheng showing some inexperience at hand reading there, right? Because if you're comfortable with hand reading, you know that, all right, my opponent limp called, so that takes away, when he's 13 blinds deep heads up, that takes away most of his aces. I mean, I don't know too much about heads up play, but I know that much. And if he checks back on the flop, now he has even fewer aces available to him, like extremely few. So by the time we get to the turn, we can be damn near certain that our hand is good, and it's a very dynamic board with 3 to a straight and 2 to a flush out there, so you got to bet your hand. And I really like the way the Ben played that hand. He got to the flop, and he had enough equity that just checking back and realizing it at that stack to pot ratio is the best play available to him. All right, we do see a limp pot here. And a board that interacts with both players' hand, but doesn't connect with either of them.
Open ender now for Sheng.
I'd like to see him start the betting here. Continue betting here. Getting a little tired and mixing up my words. I think this is a nice spot to bet about half pot. Just continue applying pressure and build a pot so that if you do river your hand, you can win a really big pot. Sheng just staring off into the distance here, contemplating his hand, and a pot that only has 5-6 blinds in it so far. And he does bet about 600,000. I like this decision from Sheng, and that will get the job done.
BJ Nemeth in the background. Pinky Mahias is also on the floor there. Our team from WPT traveled halfway around the world to be there at this special event for the World Poker Tour. Ange, Lynn, and Danny, all from Australia. Big part of the WPT team, WPT family.
There we see current standing, 107 blinds to 16. Sheng now putting Ben all in, it looks like. Just a very, very quick raise to 1.7 million. Our blinds are up. We're playing 200, 400,000, so Ben on just 10 big blinds. But yeah, you can tell that Sheng, when he has genuine uncertainty, he takes his time. We just saw him staring off into the distance for a long time on sort of an awkward turn decision. And then sometimes when he's got really good hands, he just acts very quickly. So there are a little bit of live tells going on with Sheng.
Do you think Ben has picked up on it?
Possibly. It's hard to say. A lot of players don't spend nearly as much time or attention looking for live tells as they used to back when that was a larger part of the game. It can be very easy to just, live tells are very prone to confirmation bias, where you just kind of look for evidence to support your idea and just say, yep, I saw him do this one thing, therefore I know that he's bluffing. Here we see Ben limp in with Jack 9 suited, and Sheng checks. Players who rely on live tells a lot, I think, have very selective memories and say, oh, well, I saw this guy scratch his ear, and that means he's bluffing, and so I called, and he was bluffing, and that's why I'm a genius, Let's go check on the flop. Now at the 8 of diamonds on the turn, Sheng checks his hand for the diamond and checks over to Ben. One more check. And a 7 on the river, and so Sheng has been counterfeited.
Yep.
And yeah, Sheng continually just waiting too long to do the betting in these hands. I don't know if Ben's going to snap him off with Jack high. He's certainly going to think about it. But I think Sheng had a pretty good opportunity to do the betting on either the flop or turn. And if he's going to do this kind of betting on the river, he needs to bet more, in my opinion, to try and represent a full house. So Ben might call him off with a jack, and yes, he will.
Wow.
So
Great
yeah, a savvy call from Ben there, and Sheng not looking too comfortable with post-flop play heads up, just being much too passive in a lot of spots. Not really comfortable hand reading in these really wide range scenarios. And you know, thankfully for him, thus far he's been the one running better, but Ben certainly looks more comfortable out there.
$32 million to 4.750. Sheng with the king 8 suited. Should be a raise it and take it situation.
That's the race. It would have put him over.
And he did raise it all in. And he wins the pot.
Certainly a fine option. Ben is still very short and in the region of 10 big blinds. Sheng now at the queen 9 suited. Allows Ben to see this flop. King Jack deuce on the flop. So Sheng with the gut shot and backdoor flush draw. Ben with the second pair. Let's start the betting for 400,000. And Sheng will check raise to 1 million. And I have to think, well, it's tricky. You know, in heads up poker, when you're 10 blinds deep and you got middle pair, you don't really want to give up in your hand that easy. However, Sheng has not shown that much aggression and creativity post-flop. So I'm sure Ben is a little concerned, but I don't think he's going to give it up, and so he will make this call. Sheng needing a 10 or a queen to draw it on Ben. He could also hit running clubs. There's a 4 of hearts. Will he continue his bluff? Now he's going to check, I believe. Ben, correctly sensing that he's ahead, we'll bet 600,000, which may be just enough, which may be just cheap enough to let Sheng see this river. does have 4 outs to essentially the nuts. And as we know, an additional 3 outs to the queen.
Does let it go.
He does let it go. Okay.
King 7, King 6. Ben's suited. Sheng's calling 400,000. And here we go. Very possible split pot here. Ace 9-3 on the flop. No diamonds.
Sheng will start the betting.
$400,000 bet and called. Turn card is an ace. Ben does check.
Sheng will shut down the betting. 9 on the turn, and we shall have one more chop pot. Surprised to see Ben do a little blocking here, but he may check and try and induce a bluff as well.
He does make the call.
River you again. Sorry? River you again. Yeah. Running good. Running very good.
Ben Queen 7. Needs to put out that big blind ante. Both players flop a pair. Sheng with the jacks, Ben with the queens. $400,000 bet and called. Ooh, turn card is another jack.
Ben may slow it down here. He does check behind. River's a brick. He'll likely have to pay off. The king, not really a brick, and I can't say I like that check from Sheng one bit. There's a lot of missed draws out there that he can represent by betting the river, and should Ben have a queen or a king, he'll have to pay it off. Yeah, and look, another missed opportunity to get value. Getting a little overly fancy with these checks. Sheng taking an extremely passive approach to this heads-up match thus far. And you wonder, if he continues allowing Ben to stick around, will Ben catch a rush and take control of this match?
Both players in for the minimum, 400,000.
If I'm Sheng, I mean, we're approaching a stage where a lot of hands are going to be played for a jam at 10 big blinds. Especially if you feel your opponent thus far has done a better job hand reading post-flop. A simple way to increase the variance a little bit and reduce his edge is just to move in pre-flop more.
Sheng will bet this. 400,000. Ben raises to $1 million. And the call.
Like a snap call from Sheng.
Oh, the river card is a queen. Sheng is going to win this pot.
See how much more he can get out of Ben. And the answer is going to be 0 this time.
Sheng bets 800,000. This is going to leave Ben with just 3.5 million. Less than 10 bigs, playing 2 and 400,000.
Yes! Come on!
Ben's going to start shoving here at some point, right? Jack 8 versus Queen 8.
And should Ben shove? I mean, Sheng has close to a call here. I probably does have a call. Should maybe even consider ripping over the limp. It's close. Probably not with the suited combo, as these tend to play pretty well, but I'm not exactly sure. Both players making an 8 on 10-6-8. Ben just cannot catch a break here. Constantly having the second best hand post flop. It does go check, check. 5 of clubs on the turn. Sheng really ought to start betting this hand.
Does bet 700,000. Makes the call.
Ben with just a pot-sized bet remaining on the river. And it is the queen, but it is a club. Neither player likely to be happy about that card. How does Sheng want to play this? And again, kind of going back to those timing tells, when he's dead sure of something, he acts quickly. When he's not so sure, we see a lot of staring up into the lights.
Check, check. Wow.
He's good. Come on.
More face palm from Ben.
I was gonna say the same thing.
He is down to 6 big blinds.
With Jack 9 suited.
Yeah, I think you should just move it in here, and I imagine Ben with the king will call. Yes, he will. So he'll have a chance to double back up to around 10 big blinds. Should Sheng improve, he will be our winner.
Richardson is all in with king is 7 off suit. Sheng Ye has jack 9 of diamonds. Here comes the flop.
Go to the flop, and it is king high. That pretty much locks up this hand right away, so Ben will double.
Unless it came running 2 pair. And it will not, so Ben will double.
I can ask for a lot for me to calculate. Yeah, you can have it.
Ben back up to 11 blinds.
You want to okay, no, I can change for. So how much is that? 1.5, 1.51. Yeah. You still need them because it's 255 next. So that's 1.6 there. Yeah, 1.6.
Looks like they're buying up the 25K chips.
不清楚，他有说多资料搞定。
Sheng Queen 3 up against 10-5.
I think Sheng should be raising some hands like this. You know, the high card, low card, disconnected ones, but he just seems so content to just, you know, check out the big blind and let Ben get to these flops for cheap. He's got to do something.
Both flopping a pair. Ben with the 10s. Now Ben leads for 400,000 and Sheng makes the call. A deuce on the turn. Sheng checks.
Great looking board for Ben.
Raise all in. All in and call.
And Sheng just punting it here.
Oh my gosh.
Check shoving queen 3. You know, finally decides to take an aggressive action, but with just befuddling timing. I don't quite know why he would choose this hand with so little equity against the hands that calls it to make this move with. He can just, you know, if he thinks his hand is best, he can check call the turn, but there's been so many other opportunities to play aggressively. So Jack on the river, and Ben's going to be back up to 9 million.
9 million. So Sheng, let's see if he gets frustrated here. Like you said, looked like he was just trying to finish him off.
Yeah, you know, if Sheng wants to play the all-in game, it needs to be pre-flop. After the flop, Ben is just gonna call off the times he has strong equity and get away the others.
Jack 9 versus Queen 10. We'll go to the flop here, 400,000 apiece. And Sheng has flopped a gut shot straight. And he bets it out, 600,000.
This time he may get the fold. It's going to be close. Yes, he does. Ben with the real hand this time, a pair of sixes. Sheng with queen 3.
And calls 400 and Sheng checks. The flop is queen 7.
Wow.
Sheng checks. Deuce on the turn.
Well, Ben, likely on the hook for at least some chips in this hand.
King on the river. See if Ben decides to pay this off. How much is Sheng gonna bet?
2.4.
2.4 million.
Tricky spot for Ben. I think he believes that Sheng would not be betting a 7 or a king in this way, so it's a queen or a bluff of some kind. And Ben has just had so much trouble making hands, he may be inclined to call with this one, but so far he's done a really good job of sussing out when Sheng is betting for value. He is going to make this call, so Sheng will take down this pot.
Yes!
And Ben just cannot catch a break in terms of Sheng making hands.
Back down to 4.8 million.
Oh, sorry, blinds are up. 500,000 and 250.
Sheng with the jack 9.
So 250 and 500. So the blinds are half an hour blinds. So you need that one in the middle, right? Oh, so no, so it's every half hour the blinds go up. Cool. Option.
Yeah, again, a hand that I think Sheng should just be open shoving. I think, especially, mostly getting outplayed here post flop. These kind of hands on the button with that much money in the middle, it's worth the shove.
Yeah, Ben having pair here against a bigger pair for Sheng.
Ben gonna raise it up. I like these kind of raises. And Sheng just gonna very quickly, yeah, same thing
All
with the
in.
speed tells. Ben making the call. 5-3, so he's gonna need some help, either a 5, a 3, or running straight. Otherwise, Sheng is going to be our winner.
In front with Jack 9 of clubs. The flop currently stands at 3-9-2. And as middle pair with a pair of threes, Sheng Ye out in front with a pair of nines. Could this be the one to the turn?
Ben played great, just never seemed to have the cards. Oh,
He ran.
Whoa.
Wow.
All of a sudden we were.
Dagger for Ben there.
Yeah. 2 9s as outs here. An 8, really close, but not going to do it. Another double up, and now 9.1 million. You know, sometimes you just like to play poker, you know? You just gotta, they're having fun, right? You don't want it to end. You want to keep playing.
Well, you sure do if you're Ben.
How much are you playing now?
Now it is a 250, 500 blind increase now.
Yes.
Sheng wins this pot with the ace 10.
Yeah, I'm too tired. Long day. I just
Still a big crowd there watching this final table. WPT Prime Gold Coast. Once again, we'd like to thank the Gold Coast for being a partner of the WPT Prime. They did a great job there. All the reports have been wonderful. Sheng with King 4 up against 9-6 for Ben. Benjamin Richardson. He started with the final table as one of the shorter stacks. Flop is a 4 jack and 5. 7 on the turn. Now a straight draw for Ben. And he bets 500,000. And the call from Sheng. River card is a queen. The 4s a pair are good for Sheng. Let's see if Ben can get him out of this pot. He checks. Sheng also checks. The 4 is just going to win it for Sheng. Sheng Ye wins his pot. Queen deuce. First 9-3, both players suited. Ben, 500K call. That's the big blind amount, and Sheng checks. Flop king 6-4. Queen high still in the lead for Sheng. He checks. And a check. The turn card is a 10 of spades. Ace on the river. Bet it and take it. Sheng now bets out. 1.2 million.
And it's going to work, but probably bluffing a little too wide there. Although he has an excellent image to get away for some bluffs. I just, it's one of those spots when you bluff queen high, do you get any pairs to fold? I kind of doubt it. Do you get any worse hands to call? Again, no, I don't think so. So, yeah, I kind of think it's an awkward hand to bluff. With a pair of fives up against Sheng's 10-3 of spades.
All in and the fold from Sheng. Ben wins his spot.
I just about to say, James, sometimes I may not call you every time.
Clubs and clubs, 10-8 of clubs, and king jack of clubs. There's a king and an 8, also a 9, both players. Flop a pair, kings for Ben, 8s for Sheng. Here's a bet, 500,000. Sheng makes a call. turn card. Is a 7 now. Sheng has the open and straight draw. Make the straight with a jack. For a 6. Sheng checks.
And we'll look to continue the betting here.
Now that's 1.5 million. Sheng makes
Quick
a call.
call from Sheng.
Card's a queen. Just a bit outside, as they say. Sheng now down to 0% to win this pot if he doesn't bluff and win it. Sheng checks.
I imagine Ben is going to go for maybe all of it. Like maybe he bets 2.7 million, but I tend to think he's going to go for all of it.
I think he's going to check. How about that? No, you're right. All in. 4.6 million.
Sheng does get away from that one.
Excuse me. Queen 9 versus King 8. Very playable hands, heads up. King raises to 1,050,000. Calls been made. And an open ender flopped by Sheng.
Yeah. This one sets up to have some potential as the 8 or king that would pair Ben would give Sheng a straight.
Oh. Sheng bets 1.5 million and wins the pot.
Pretty big bet there from Sheng. Gets the job done.
King 10 versus 9-5.
Yes, come on.
Now Sheng, kind of finding the rhythm of these all-ins pre-flop.
I just realized I never fold. Since we started the game, this is the first time fold. It's not right. 100% defense. No good, right? Too much, too much.
Ace Jack for Sheng this time against Ben's 9-8.
He's all in. And that'll win the pot. Sheng's all in. Wins the pot. $374, $953 up top, $238, $978 to the runner-up.
All in and call.
Let's go.
All in and call on our final table.
An all-in and call. Queen deuce for Sheng. Ace 5 for Ben. Ace 5 of diamonds for Ben.
Yeah, I
Queen
like that
deuce for
Sheng has continued this just all-in pre-flop streak. I think that's actually going to be his best approach to this heads-up match. And the stacks are shallow. And a good call from Ben, of course, with the ace 5 of diamonds. Too strong to give up there, so we'll see what happens. Jack 5-6 on the flop.
And looking to double up, be right back in this thing with the double up. 15 million if you were to do so. Turn card.
Oh, there is the queen, and Ben drawn out on the turn. Just cannot catch a break in this heads-up match, so he needs a 5 or an ace. Otherwise, he is our second place finisher.
And the river card is an 8. And that's going to do it.
That's right, we have our champion. Sheng Ye taking home $374,953 Australian dollars, including a WPT World Championship package. Ben, as our runner-up, takes home $238,978 for a career best score. With Sheng Ye, as you can see there, our WPT Prime champion.
He's holding that trophy high. Good to see. Love the excitement. Too many tournaments are won these days where people aren't even excited. This one, looks like it's ever so sweet for Sheng Ye. Congratulations to all of the people that cashed in this event. And thanks again to WPT Prime Gold Coast for being such a great venue. And we look forward to coming back there again. It's going to be an all Aussie final table with the exception of 1 or 2 players. And it's going to stay there. The trophy will stay there in Australia. Congratulations once again to Benjamin Richardson, our runner-up, and to Sheng Ye, our champion from the WPT Prime Star Gold Coast. Tony, thanks a lot. Been a good night.
As always, Matt, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for hanging in there with me.
And we will see you next time.
Thank you very much.
I can outplay these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.